Officer still stands for talking? No. Offender in custody?
Good evening, everybody. It's Friday night, and it's a special night tonight. We're going to be having two beautiful souls hanging out with us this evening as we're going through all these different things that we've been talking about in these case chats throughout the last week. The rocks that look disturbed by the ladder, the garbage, or is it students sitting by the dumpster outside? All sorts of different things. A little bit of EG. We're going to be going into some other things that we've missed pretty much throughout the last week and a half or so because we've been so focused on doing those multi-parts. We got one more left of the LE Q&As. That'll be coming up here in a couple days, and that'll be done. The key interviews from the Consalvis family, very tough, very interesting. A lot of different opinions, especially with the stuff the last couple of days. A lot of different opinions, but that's what I was asking for because it is all in our opinion. So that's what I wanted, and I'm glad to hear everybody's thoughts and opinions because that's a beautiful thing. It's all respectful, even if we don't agree. So I'm going to go ahead and say what's up to everybody. We're going to get it started, and then I'm going to introduce Silky, and Yolie should be joining us here at some part in the evening. And Silky's got something special for us tonight. So I'm definitely excited. She's on here tonight. Yolie, ticket number 4. If you're out there, Yolie, come on and hop in. Send you the link. Detective Golden says ticket number 3, but it must be number 5. Well, looks like 49er girl got number 5. We love you too, Dre. Ticket number 7. Uh-oh, Lynn, ticket number 7. YouTube's being buggy. Oh, one of them got 8 because Kid Kitty got ticket number 9. What's up, Lynn? What's up, Aaliyah? Megan, ticket number 11. Aaliyah, ticket number 10. Hello to you. Thank you all for hanging out earlier. That was pretty interesting watching the old shows, huh? That was pretty interesting. I had a lot of fun watching it. A lot of fun. Charlie Long, thank you for hopping in. Hope you have a new year as well. What's up, Devil Doll? Ticket number 13. How have you been? Got CL in here. How are you? Made it on time tonight. Ticket number 14. Thank you. What's up, Diana? Ticket number 15. Lucky 15. I know, I need to go get me a lot. Or wait, somebody won it, didn't they? Somebody won it, didn't they? Why is there a wrench after some names? Those are the beautiful mods. Those are CJ's Angels. Those are the beautiful mods that help me out, whether it's find, collect information, help me get information. Send it to me in case I'm busy, help out with chat. They do a lot of things. That's why I can't wait till they get their hoodies. Ooh, I can't wait. Katrina, thank you for hopping in. For all their hard work, they deserve it. They deserve it. Brooke, thank you for hopping in. How are you? Ticket number 72. What's up, Mama 5? How are you? Brooke. What's up, Caddy? You and Devil Doll. Ticket number 21. How are you? What's up, Caddy? Hopefully everything's going good. Saw you had snow. Ooh, I hate snow. Can't stand it. Thank you so much for the kind words, Devil Doll. Appreciate that. Thank you, Brooke. Thank you very much. Latitude, how are you? Yes. It's just going to be an open conversation this evening. We're just going to go wherever. Plus, we got all that stuff, so... And we'll be doing more tomorrow night, too. With everything that I have written down, I know there's no way in hell we're going through it in one night. And so we'll be doing it tomorrow night as well. Ticket number 24, so we will be back tomorrow night. Latitude number 15, and we'll be continuing everything that we either didn't get into or continuing what we went into tonight. Also, if there's something that you want to send me and you want to If it's something you think we should go over, go ahead and send it up there. Thank you for all your emails. I will be getting, there's a couple emails we're going to be getting into tonight as well. Ticket number 27. Thank you, Charlie Brown. We'll be getting into a couple of them as well. I want to say shout out Doc Thrifty. Thank you as well. And I hope you're doing good too, buddy. And Happy New Year. I appreciate all his hard work. Lucky 26, Crime Solver. How are you doing? Sneaking into the back row. Woo. Just like that incel at Queen Road, Crime Solver. Sneaking into the back row. Oh, Danny, hold on a second. We got a contribution call out. And let me call that out. I want to say thank you so much, Danny, for the super sticker. $4. Let me see what it is. It's my favorite. Oh, it's my favorite, Danny. It's the cup of coffee. It's the prickly pear with a cup of coffee. Thank you so much. That's my favorite one. I love that one. The prickly pear with a cup of coffee. Also, I want to say, because StreamYard's not linking up with YouTube very well, I want to say contribution call out for a super chat, sticker, membership, Cash App, and Venmo to Melissa earlier. In the earlier show, Melissa became a member of the Evil CJ show, and it didn't show me on StreamYard. But then when I went to my YouTube feed, I saw it, and I'm like, well, ain't that a bitch? So I wanted to apologize to Melissa, and I wanted to say thank you for your contribution this morning as well, for becoming a member of the show. I appreciate it. I couldn't believe it. I don't know what's going on with YouTube and StreamYard. It's, and you guys are the community, and like, come on, they already get enough chunk of it, so I don't understand why they're not taking care of you guys. The inside, you aspire. That's awesome. That's awesome. What's up, Lola? Always coming in with comedy. I want to bring somebody else that's always coming in with comedy too. One of our special guests, Silky Southern Tea. You got that neon on the thumbnail. Silky Southern Tea, what's up? How are you?
I'm good. I came with my cup of coffee, so I am.
Can you show us that? I'm planning to be.
Yeah, actually, someone made it for me. It says, let me get it in the camera.
Here, let me do a solo shot. Let's get that full can in there. Whoa, that's a lot on there, Silky. That's a lot.
It says, tough enough to be a correctional nurse, crazy enough to love it.
Dang, I love it. What is that? Would somebody do like that with a cricket or something? And
yeah, I don't know. A lady at work had it made for me. So
yeah. Well, that's the thing. We got some abilities to make that stuff too. So I was actually once I get my because I'm going to use a Facebook store for my merch. I'm going to use Facebook.
Really?
For it. Yeah, I'm going to use Facebook for it. And I already have it. I already have the store. Like, I could navigate the store in my head with how it's all going to look like. And so that's going to be one of those things where everything can be totally customizable with it, like for any of the merch, and that goes for you too if you wanted to use it as well. Anything that you want, really. It could be a flag, it could be a bumper sticker, it could be a car decal, it could be a coffee cup, it could be whatever you want. It could have your name on your own mouse, all sorts of stuff that we could do. So it's going to be exciting. So I like that cup. It looks like a heavy traffic though all over it.
Yeah.
Don't go playing Frogger.
I know, right? I love it because it's tall and thin. And it's easier for me to carry in to work than some of the other bulkier ones I have.
Yeah, this one's pretty bulky. Yeah, it's pretty bulky. Happy Friday to you. You don't go anywhere without it?
No. Without water or coffee or something. The only two things I drink is water and coffee.
Yeah,
occasionally green tea, but yeah, I've always prepared, and I usually always have to pee as a result.
Well, yeah, but that's good to be hydrated, you know? It's always good
Yes.
to be hydrated. And I'm the same. I just drink coffee and water. That's it. That's it. Maybe wine once in a while, but it's been a while. It's been a while for wine, even though I should have some sometime.
Yeah, I occasionally have. I'm allergic to alcohol, so I can have just a little bit and then I pass out and I'm
Wow.
it's over.
You're
Yeah,
allergic?
I'm allergic. I am allergic. Very
Okay.
allergic.
Very allergic. Wow.
Swamp
I never
side
heard
chicken
it.
tofu.
I never heard of anybody being allergic to it. Wow, that's
Really?
crazy.
Oh
Yeah.
my gosh. I'm not exaggerating at all, CJ. If I have half a beer, I'm toasted and passed out. I'm more allergic to beer than I am wine. But it doesn't take much for me to make a fool of myself. Half a glass of wine. Well, half a glass of wine is way too much. I'm out. But 3 or 4 sips out of a glass of wine is enough to make me make a complete fool out of myself.
So do you have to watch what kind of foods you eat sometimes, or?
No, because with food, usually the alcohol's cooked out of it. So that's not a big thing. As a matter of fact, I like to cook with wine. It actually goes in the food.
I never heard of being allergic to it either.
Yeah, I met one other person who was allergic, and it's crazy. I have an immediate reaction as soon as I swallow. Like, it burns. Like, it doesn't matter if it's beer or wine or whatever it is. It burns like fire going down my throat, and it hits me immediately. And I'm just yeah.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, I'm no fun at parties if I'm drinking. My only fun if I'm not drinking.
Oh my Lord, that's crazy. I mean, I haven't drank for a while, but it's that's crazy to just have a sip or two and all of a sudden you're just
Yeah. My friends banned me from drinking in public because I am completely obnoxious and it's bad. It's real bad.
Damn. She said, "Girl, you are fun all the time."
I really am. I'm way more fun when I'm sober. So, but sometimes, you know how when you can't sleep or something, and I need to knock myself out. Then is a good time to have a few sips of wine, and I'll pass out, and I'm good.
Yeah, don't go get the NyQuil. Just take a couple shots of something you're allergic to. Oh shit!
Yeah.
Damn. Well, there's something. Man, yeah, that's the first time I've ever. Yeah, you're always the sober driver, huh?
I am
the designated driver.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's when I used to do marketing, it made it very difficult because I was invited to a lot of places where, they're serving wine and, everybody's just having a little bit. Nobody's getting stupid or over drinking. But, people would kind of expect me to have a glass of wine. So sometimes you have to just kind of carry it around with you unless I had a driver.
Man, you couldn't just say, "Hey, can I have some Sprite?" and put a dab of Diet Coke in it or something and darken it up. Yeah.
Yeah, usually, I don't know, but it's true. Even Megan, even NyQuil, that's one of the biggest things that not only all the drugs in it, but NyQuil.
It does have alcohol in it, doesn't it?
Yes, and I'm out snoring and drooling. I'll be drooling, waking myself up, snoring.
That's right. I forgot it does have alcohol in it.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
I sleep real good with NyQuil, though, I'll tell you that.
I can't take it because good luck waking me up. I don't ever, even if I'm sick and I take something at night, it's Dayquil. Because if I take NyQuil, for some reason, I don't wake up for 15 hours. It's crazy.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Crazy. That's why I just quit taking it. Because I can't even wake up from an alarm when I take it. It's straight 15. That's it.
Wow.
Megan. I'm looking at a bottle now. People
I
even
know.
oh, I work in HR the day after the holiday party. Really? The day after the holiday party is always the busiest time of year. People are either getting fired or promoted.
Yeah, I know why they're getting promoted.
Dang.
Yep. That's very true. In a lot of places.
Yeah, crime solver. I wake up from it and I'm like, is it day or night? Like, is it, because usually if you're not feeling good, it's in the winter time. So it's dark at 5. So then you wake up at 5 and then you're like, is it 5 in the morning or 5 at night? And it just throws you all off. Yeah. I don't like feeling like that either. So I'll take Dayquil. Get my 4 or 5 hours.
I don't. I've done that. Have you ever just taken I usually take cat naps, like 20, 30 minutes, and I'm good to go. But sometimes if I sleep longer, like you go to sleep at 3 o'clock and you take a nap, and then like you're saying, you wake up at 5, and it was such a long nap for me. I'm like, is it time to get up? Like in the morning? Did I sleep all night? I don't know.
Yeah, you're thrown off all night. You're thrown off all night. I wish I could hand it to you through YouTube. No problem, Yolie. Whenever you want, whenever you're done, we'll go ahead and hop you up here. It's something I want to share here real quick, and then we're gonna go into something and shout out Caddy. We've been talking a lot, and I've been talking a lot ever since even after we were watching the shows earlier today, where it was the show from 12/30/22 and January 5th of 23, shows from a year ago we watched this morning if you weren't with us. And it was kind of interesting because I was watching the old school shit, like me from when I was like 2 months into the show. But there was a lot of stuff that even when I was reading the PCA, I'm just sitting there going, it just don't make sense. And as I'm sitting there talking about the trees in the back and stuff, and I always thought about maybe going to one of those first shows and seeing like exactly what my reaction was when we started talking about it, when I was using Google all the time, because there's a article that Caddy sent to me about how the police were probing whether they hid in the woods in the back before. And it's an old article from November 22nd, 2022. So I thought we would check that out, and I think it has a little video with it, but I thought we would check it out. I was like, man, it's, when people talk to me, send me emails or whatever, and it's about the intuition that I have when it comes to this stuff, when it comes to, just things that make sense and things that maybe people might not agree with necessarily, but then it really does come out certain ways. And so it's like, you know what? I kind of want to go back there and see what I was saying. Because when I was talking about all the shows before, up until today, in my mind, I'm like, yeah, I was sucked into the mainstream media shit until after a few weeks after the PCA came out. But as I was watching those 2 episodes today, I was like, oh, hell no. I was like, this shit, it don't make sense. Like constantly as the PCA too. So I'm like, damn, I wasn't sucked in as much as I thought I was. And as much as I've been saying I have been. So I'm like, damn, maybe I need to go back to one of those other ones and see. So I thought it'd be an interesting article to go through. I want to say shout out to AG, one of the supporters here of the show, and that does a lot of hard work out there in the true crime community. So I'm going to share this post that AG made real quick. If you're on Twitter, definitely go follow and retweet. So I'm going to go ahead and rewind this. It's 1:14, and we're going to play it real quick.
One of the victims is my very best friend, and
Sorry. I'm going to read this first. It says, Forgotten Friday, friend of KG Katie, calls her in the morning to see if she's okay. Why would she call to see if she was okay unless she knew something happened in the morning? Just more corrob that the students knew early in the morning. Vandal alert, 1 p.m. 100%. That's why I'm saying this vandal, like the vandal alert for the shelter in place was out 2.5, 3, so many hours before the frickin' LE even showed up. Before they even confirmed it with the Consalvas family, according to them, because they were getting calls at 1. So if they were getting calls at 1 o'clock, yeah, there was a lot of talk going on before the parents got the call, because I don't think anybody's going to call the parents unless there's been other talk going on first.
Right.
You're not
it doesn't
gonna
make sense.
you're not gonna sit there and I'm talking a lot of talk before you ever call a parent and say that their their loved one has been, I mean, I don't even like saying it because of just shit that happened at a school yesterday. Somebody
Right.
called the parents and said somebody came in and gunned the place up. Which it wasn't right, but it was still a crazy ass story. And you're not calling the parents the first time you get a message or a text or a quick, you're not calling the parent. You're going to find out what the hell's going on before you call the parents. So you're going to be chatting with people. So yeah, they were talking way before. That's just my opinion. There had to be talk.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if there were people all in the apartment, definitely there were. Y'all know, how
Before
people
they were
are.
even called, right? Before they were even called.
They're Snapchatting, they're doing everything. Hey, did you hear? Whatever. That's going on. So, all those hours, I have a big problem with the time lapse, and I just think there's a lot to that story. That's just my opinion. But
yeah, same here. What's up, typically? It's been a lot of, I mean, that's what I was, when I was watching the PCA read through, and that's the first time we found out that DM was on the second floor, not the first. And I don't know how many times when I'm reading that piece, or when I was reading that PCA back then that we were watching today, and I kept saying, this 8-hour delay, you guys. And I wasn't just saying that. I was giving reasons. I was going in depth into the 8-hour delay.
Mm-hmm.
For sure. So yeah, I mean, and you're right. There were students standing out there that the LE never could figure out how many. And that was a good hour before Christy was called. And then you got the university, you got everybody else, and that's almost what it seemed like when we were watching shit. Hell, we were watching the press conference. We started off with the press conference that BK was arrested on 12/30 that they came out with. Then we started with me reading the PCA, the fresh when it came out, and they did. It's almost like everybody else knew but them, even at that press conference. Because that Silky, they had the guy in custody. They just arrested him. It was a press conference that they just arrested, and there was a question from a reporter, and they said, "What was the key thing that led you to the arrest of this individual?" And he said, "That's something that we have to keep to ourselves for the integrity of the investigation." You just fucking arrested him.
Yeah.
What do you need to hold to you? You know what I mean?
It's the same. Have you read? I know that you probably don't do the Long Island SK case, and I've done several of them. Man, that is a fascinating. Yeah, I've done
We should
several
do a show on it
episodes.
sometime because
We should.
I have a
Yeah,
lot.
it's good. And I've got to catch back up because Delphi went crazy and I stayed with that for a while.
We
But
should.
if you want to see a PCA that is
I read it.
perfect,
I read it.
I mean,
I couldn't. I couldn't get halfway. Like once it started getting to
yeah, it's a
the
hard read.
yeah, I was like, oh gosh, yeah.
Yeah, it is a hard read, but if you look at the details in that PCA, I mean, that whole case is laid out in that PCA. There's like, you're sitting there thinking, how on God's earth is anybody ever going to defend this guy? Not that I think that he needs to be defended, but it's legal, okay? Due process.
Right.
But if you look at a PCA like that, and then you look at something like Idaho, which, by the way, is better than Delphi still, it's like what kind of monkeys wrote these clowns, nutballs.
It was so
Yeah.
sloppy. Like
Yeah.
when I was watching myself, I'll keep referring back to the show earlier. I was watching myself from a year ago going through the PCA fresh, and I'm looking at the pictures, there's pictures that they had drawn out for the route.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting there going, I can't even this is so hard to see, you guys. And I'm
Yeah.
like, it was horrible. It was a slop job. It was a bunch of shit that was thrown together. And when you have like one of your statements that says that you reviewed Nunez's body cam and that's how you noticed that there was a dog in the property, like, why did you have to rely on somebody's body cam? Why didn't you just talk to the dude?
Yeah.
He almost wrote it like he wasn't even there because it's always him following somebody or being, shown something and it's like, and then you talk about the routes and it's just, it's like somebody said, hey, you got fucking 1 day to write this fucking PCA. And he was like, shit, how am I even going to do this? And it's like he stayed up all night, didn't get no sleep. And it was just all over the fucking place because you got parts of, there's like even parts that shouldn't even be separated. You're like going all over the place in the PCA too. It's like, it wasn't well written, that's for sure, because it's just too scattered, which means sloppy. Rush, hurry up, hurry up. We need this.
And you compare that with, the Lisp case, and it's like these people know what they're doing. They've got all their T's crossed, all their I's dotted, and this is a solid PCA. And in my opinion, now, not that anybody's asking me, but in my opinion, if you are going to drag somebody into jail or, you're going to arrest somebody, especially for a crime of red rum, and put their life on the line, don't you at least have the decency to write a good PCA, a good, compelling, everything that makes sense? Now, I know that more discovery comes in time, but still, it's like you said, oh, let me stay up late at night. It's like the day before a term paper in college.
Yeah.
Or, you stay up all night, write a bunch of crap, and then you still get a D on it because your teacher knows you didn't put any effort into it.
Yeah, because you had to write a report for a class and you waited until the night before to do it. What it's written like.
Right.
45. What's up, John? We need to do a show together sometime. I have a bunch of stuff for a show on Long Island. I just really don't know.
Yeah, let's do it.
I just don't know much about it. I just have a lot of stuff for it.
We need to have a conversation about even before you get to the arrest, the craziness that went on in the last 10 years. CJ, it's craziness. And so, it's a miracle that they finally got their act together. Now, I'm not saying it's because they didn't know, but because of I'll just tell you, the chief of police and the DA, they both went to jail.
Oh.
Yeah. Now, it's only when new people came in that they got serious about doing it. Yeah, when I tell you the List case has so many ins and outs, and books written about the corruption up in Suffolk County, and wow, you're like, holy crap. It's a miracle that they ever got some decent people in there, but once they did, boom, they were on it, and they made it good. They made it up for all of the buffoonery that had happened.
Wow. Huh. That's crazy. The DA and the
Well,
who?
the DA. Let me back up. I'm
Or-
pretty sure he did face charges. Yes, it was the chief of police. His name was James Burke. Can't remember the DA's name, but they had a whole corruption ring going for years, and they both got.
which allowed him to get away with these crimes?
Well, here's the thing: we don't know how much James. The whole reason they couldn't catch Lisk is because James Burke wouldn't let any authorities in, the FBI, I mean the state police, nobody. He's like,
What?
"Oh, we can do this. We can do this case." So the bodies keep
Ego.
Well, you think that was my first
ego
thought.
and incompetence? No.
Well, that was my first thought, of course. But no. The problem was he was such a criminal, and he was running his own criminal ring. The chief of police got busted for I don't know what I can say on here. Paid relations with ladies.
Oh no! So he didn't care if they went missing.
No, and a whole lot of other stuff. That was just the tip of the iceberg. It goes very dark in that case, and so you had him, and his best friend was the DA. So imagine that.
Wow.
They had Suffolk County wrapped up for years, and this went on for a good long time. And then once they finally got busted and sentenced and sent to prison, which they didn't get as much time as they deserved by any means, it makes you wonder if he was complicit in some of the stuff going on. But they got a new police commissioner who cleaned up everything, and she got some new people in, and they called every agency in that was willing to help with that case. Like, no holds barred. If you could help, we'll take your input. And so they very quickly, with all that help, where they were kind of scouting out Rex Heuermann. They pretty much thought that was him, but they had to build a case and build evidence. So over the course of a year, I mean, they were on it, his burner phones, the whole 9 yards, tracking him where he went, everything he did, unbeknownst to him. So by the time they made that arrest, they had so much on him. It's pretty, in my opinion, it's pretty airtight.
Wow.
And it's an amazing story.
See, people, they can be corrupt. It's not that we talk shit or we're not supporting the blue. We support the blue. It's just shit like this can happen.
Exactly.
Wow. Even prosecutors too.
Yeah,
like Bill.
Yeah. And it went way back, actually. That relationship between the DA and James Burke, who was eventually the chief of police, that went back to when Burke was a teenager and was a star witness for a friend, a school chum that got unalived. And, now they're even thinking, I'm not sure that his testimony was true then, because even back then, as a teen, Burke was already a hoodlum, and they knew it. But he developed that relationship at a young age with the prosecutor at the time, who later became the DA, and then he became the chief of police. And it's like, ooh, we got this. They were tight, and so they could do whatever they wanted. Yeah.
Two birds of the same feather.
Mm-hmm.
They always flock together. That's true.
Yeah.
Huh. We'll have to.
We will. It's a cool case, and there's so much more developing stuff on that. all the
Really?
time. So, mhm.
I've been saving a lot of. I have so much shit for it to do a show if I ever do. I haven't seen anything in the last, because I don't get into it. I just collect it. I haven't seen anything to collect in the last couple weeks.
The only thing that I saw that's really significant is Rex Heuermann's. They found her hairs, a couple of her hairs,
Yeah.
on the bodies, but they, just thought it was a transfer. But now they've found more evidence that she, more DNA, that she was actually around the bodies, or now it's coming out she probably knew somewhat of what he was doing, and that they possibly, some of them were possibly in their house while she was there. That's not, she hasn't been charged yet, but there's a lot of evidence that is pointing towards her being complicit. So,
I mean, it made sense when it first came out. It was like,
yeah.
how can you not know the dude's killing season where it's given it? Really? Wow.
Well, yeah, because they didn't want the FBI or anybody else in there, because even though they would have been looking for the SK, they would have easily found out what Burke was doing, and his guys, his flunkies who were on the police force, and they would have been busted. So that's why one of the huge reasons they didn't want them in. But then again, when you get to the case of Shanon Gilbert, it is very, very iffy. She's one of the victims. It's very iffy, and I really begin to wonder if Burke wasn't involved in that. I would not be shocked. So,
well, I mean, it sounds like it probably is. If they're kind of shooing everybody away for years, it almost sounds like they were part of it, and wow, you let people get, I don't know who said, you let people get rid of issues for you, and you don't, wow. Who knows, man? That's crazy. Hopefully they find all that stuff out. What's up, Kelly? Thank you for hopping in. Manipulative mastermind.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy. I mean, the only thing that we watched was like this little video a long time ago when it happened, when he was talking to some dude from some TV station, and they were interviewing him about what he does or something, and his favorite tool was a carpenter hammer or some shit. It's just a really weird freaking interview.
It was. It was. And there was a lot to that. I've seen that interview explained too. Very interesting. But yeah.
It almost sounded like he was talking about doing what he was doing, but they were projects instead.
Could be. And that was his hammer.
Yeah.
So, there's a lot. I'm glad we started talking about this, because it just reminds me how much I love that case, and I need to do some more episodes on that one.
Yeah, we should. We'll have to plan that. Maybe next week sometime. When you have an evening or something, we can get together for an evening and have a show about it.
Right, yeah.
It was about 3 to 4. Yeah, I heard it was like that, because they first were looking for a victim from another case or something, right? And that's how they came across.
Yeah,
it was
they did.
By pure chance or something.
Yeah, Shanon Gilbert is the one they were looking for, and they did not find her body for another, I think, year and a half. But they stumbled upon 4 victims, kind of along the road. They say it's really not Gilgo Beach, but that's what everybody's calling it. But in this remote place, there was a as you go down Gilgo Beach, apparently in Suffolk County, there it's a very ritzy area. Okay, there's doctors and lawyers and just people that are very well off that have beach houses, and they say it's very remote. Like, really, the only people that go down there are the people that live there and maybe just their company or whatever. And so these bodies are all there. Well, Shanon Gilbert. Now, they tied those bodies to Rex Heuermann, but Shanon Gilbert was there. Okay, and here's one of the reasons that they didn't really pursue it as much as they should have, because, unfortunately, these ladies were workers for money, okay?
Yeah.
And, and it's like they were just, had it been somebody from a wealthy, prestigious family, or if all of these people had been, I'm sure they would have been on it. But, the mindset is, oh, well, they kind of deserve what they got, right? That's the way society, unfortunately, doesn't see women as people or men or whatever. They're judged by their profession. I mean, I'm not saying it's the wisest choice, but an unaliving is an unaliving, and they still have value. They still have moms and dads and kids and friends. Yeah, they're a soul. And so Shanon Gilbert went out there. She had a private driver that took her to a doctor's house out in that area in Gilgo Beach. And probably she was drugged, and I don't know. There's a lot to that story, but she goes running down the road. She's terrified, and they've got the 911 call. And basically she gets lost in the marsh is what we think, but they couldn't find her. And, so they go back out. It's in the middle of the night. The driver, that's kind of sketch to me, but he leaves her there, and she's there with two other guys, and they can't seem to find her either. And, they're like, oh, well, I thought she just went home. But there's more to this story. Anyway, they did not find her body for a...
Wait. Hold on. You said 911 call.
Yes. Shanon Gilbert made a 911 call.
And then she got lost in the marsh?
Yes. She was... You can listen to the phone call.
And people were like, oh, I thought she just went home. Yeah,
kind of. Okay. She was, if you listen to the 911 call, the operator she's kind of helpful, but really not. I mean, Shanon is not making a whole lot of sense, but you can tell that she's scared. The 911 operator, to me, comes across as being a little bit, thinking this girl is just high or whatever, and that's why she's not making sense. She's paranoid. Maybe she's, got mental issues. And so you can tell there's a lot of... in my opinion, the 911 operator didn't move quickly enough or forcefully enough. So, Shanon goes running out of the house. She calls from inside the house saying she needs help. She runs out of the house. She's scared. She runs down the road, and she runs into the marsh. And this is where, the 911 call ends. But, so why wasn't there a whole lot of people out there, that came that night? It's very...
So what? Okay,
it's
so
very sketch.
The 911 call, they had to have sent somebody, right?
Let me see if I can remember this. I can't. Can y'all remember?
911.
Yeah, but they weren't. I think they said that there was a driver with her. I don't know. I don't think that if they did, it wasn't a big deal. They kind of just were thinking, okay, it's this. She's messed up. She's drunk. She's whatever. She's paranoid. And they didn't find her,
Shit, you can call 911 and not even say anything on the other end and hang up, and they're fucking sending somebody.
Yeah, he was chasing her. You're right, Skittles. He was chasing her while she was on the phone. But then she disappears into the marsh. And then, nobody is like frantic. There is no frantic response. And, she disappears, and then her mom gets a call the next day from the doctor. Now, she was a client, or the doctor was one of her clients, the doctor that lived out there. Oh, yeah, God, you got to say this. And he fakes the doctor. I mean, she disappears and they think she's gone home, whatever, that her driver took her home. So nobody's really worried. And when they tried to interview the doctor, like, you got to watch this video, CJ. He fakes a heart attack on camera. Like, he's talking, and then all of a sudden he grabs his chest and he he falls to the ground, and then he gets in his car and leaves. Oh my God, it's crazy. It's nuts.
Gets in his car and leaves.
So,
what? So court would have to be delayed to the next.
Well, so what are we talking about? Court?
The doctor, you said.
Oh,
he was in
the
doctor
doctor
and fake
no.
her.
He was just in an interview. Like, he was on the street going to his car, and the press, I don't know who was trying to get an interview from him. He's talking, he's denying everything, and then all of a sudden, he does the big fake clutch my heart, falls to the ground and all this. And I don't know if somebody called 911 on that. It was a fake. I mean, I don't know. I look at fake heart attacks all day in jail, okay? Because they love to do that. Them inmates, they love to fake a heart attack. So I'm looking at him in this interview, and I'm like, my inmate's got more skill than you do, sir. But anyway. But yeah,
I mean,
so.
Yeah, I remember we had like a little, maybe one show on it or something where it was right when it just happened. But
yeah, it's crazy.
I haven't really checked it out after that. It was the Long Island SK who we were chatting about.
Yeah. So, but there's so much to that story.
Man. Yeah, we should.
Let's do it.
This is from AG. And if you're just hopping in, this is a post from AG, and we're going to play this little video here. And we're going to talk some of this, because you even got something special tonight for Idaho4 Silky, so I want to make sure that we have time to go through that. How long do you think it would be to go through that?
Which one?
The PDF.
The first document that I sent you.
Oh, there's two?
No, I sent you just right before the show. I sent you the links to the two articles.
Oh, an email?
Yes, but I did that last. What I sent you yesterday.
Okay.
I would want to, before you show that on screen, there's some of it needs to be redacted. Because Yeah. Because I don't want to dox anybody.
Oh yeah, I did see a little bit of it, and I was like, oh geez. That's why I didn't get to fully check it out, so that's why I thought.
Well, yeah, I need to look more into it and follow. There's some things that are concerning to me. But looking at the two reports, the interviews that he did is very suspicious. And I just tell you, I have been studying statement analysis. Okay.
Yeah.
And I have to pay money to get a certificate for training on this. So it's probably going to be another month or so, but, really been looking at stuff. And when you look at what the driver said in the interviews, and I wish to goodness I had the full, because when somebody's writing an article, it may be just a little bit different. I wish I had the exact transcript of what he said, but he says enough in those articles to make you go, holy crap, what is wrong with you?
Right. Yeah, because when we were going through a while back, we were going through some of the pictures of some of the items that the person was posting on their social media,
Mm-hmm.
and it was like, holy shit. Uh and you're the last one to see him?
Exactly. And
Yeah.
that's the thing, CJ, when you, okay, crime 101, right? Who are your biggest suspects? When you have unaliving, let's just say it's a single female, like just one victim. The first thing that they're going to look at is their boyfriend or their husband, right? Because there's a high percentage that it's somebody that they know. Okay, but now in this situation, you have 4 people. And so when you have, it's obviously not, just a personal one-on-one, most likely, because 4 of them, but you're gonna try to talk to, and your next level suspect is gonna be the last person that saw them, right? The last people that saw them alive. And those people really should be looked at very closely. You know what I'm saying? And there are just some things that are sus to me. Because he was cleared like within the first day. So how are you gonna, I'm not saying that he's guilty. This is speculation. How are you gonna clear somebody? And the reasons that he gives are like crap.
Maybe because your wife works for somebody?
Yes. That could be a big deal, huh?
Just maybe. Just maybe. Let me help you out real quick. I was shocked because when we were going through some of the Gonsalves interviews, the key interviews, and they talked about how such a good relationship he had with everybody. I was like, oh shit, I thought that he didn't even really know him. What do you mean? Hold on a minute. What? Yeah, just there's been little things, the last few months that have just been kind of like, yeah. But I think it's about time we start discussing them too.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you know the exact pages that those are on, let me know, and I can always just skip ahead to them, and we can read them. Because I would like to read those interviews. Is that what you sent in email?
No, I sent you the links to an article by the Daily Mail and one to Law and Crime. But both of them they're similar, not exactly the same, but both of them have quotes and information, that is quoted verbatim, supposedly, of what EG said in those interviews, although they don't use his name. His name is not in the it's redacted in the Idaho PCA, but it is in the Pennsylvania PCA. I've got a copy of that too. I'm sure you've got the Pennsylvania PCA, but his name is slightly misspelled in that one, and the speculation is, did they do that on purpose to throw, so people found him? I don't know. It was a nationwide case, but his actual name, we know his actual name, and
do you have it? Because I'm clicking on mine and it's showing up that it can't be accessed.
Let me see.
That's weird.
Let me forward I forwarded this email to myself.
Why can't it be accessed?
I don't know.
What does that mean?
Let's see.
What the hell?
See if you can do this one.
Maybe I moved it or something.
Maybe it's pulling up on my phone just fine. So I just emailed it to you. So that link should work.
All right. Maybe I moved it somewhere on my hard drive. Thank you.
There you go. Now this is the search warrant. Let's see. I've got all kind of crap in here, but they do. Let me see. I may have to put on my glasses because my phone is small. Let me see where they talk about him.
Gower in the PCA.
Mm-hmm.
Or
they've got it as grower, but it's not. It is. I say Gower, but other people are calling him Goer. I would call that Gower.
Some say tomato, some say tomato. It's the same damn freaking vegetable. Or is it a fruit? Is it a fruit or a vegetable? I think it's
a tomato is a fruit.
Yeah, I know one of them was a fruit that you thought was a veggie. I love tomatoes too.
Oh, I do too.
Yeah, does anybody know what page it is? If not, it's no big deal. I just wanted to bring it up so we had it.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it too.
I didn't hear a church bell very much. I wasn't that I don't know, that's weird. I did not hear a church bell that much. I mean, I spent most of my time at the property. When I was driving around, the windows were up because I didn't want to have a shit ton of noise. But when I was around the property, I never noticed a church bell. Maybe my hearing? I don't know. I
have it. I can't see it like on the fly here.
Oh, it's all good.
But it is in there somewhere. Yeah. Somewhere. I was thinking it was in the not too far into it because this is like 31 pages.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm just gonna scroll through it here real quick and.
It's been a long time since I've read the one from Idaho. But there's a lot of inconsistencies. And when you look at the articles,
page 12. Sorry, I can't see chat when I'm looking at documents here. Let me get
okay.
Let me get my phone. Page 12. Let's see here.
There it is. Yeah, right there. Yeah, see how they
just like the PCA in Idaho, it's sloppy as shit.
Yeah.
If
you think this is bad, have you ever read the PCA for Delphi? Jeez.
No.
This is so much better. You can't believe, yeah. The one at Delphi is like, holy crap.
Yeah, that's crazy. I don't know. I don't recall hearing a church bell I don't recall hearing it. I drove around most of the time, granted. But anytime I was around the property, I don't know. Maybe I needed to be a few blocks more in another direction or something. I don't know. I don't remember. The only sounds that I remember sticking out to me are the sounds of a saw and something banging on metal. And that's pretty much it. But yeah. And he was the one. Hold on a minute. Wait a minute. He was the one. Okay, so when we were watching the interviews, the key interviews from the Gonsalves family, Olivia said that the private driver's the one that told them about the Grub Truck, which then they told the police about the Grub Truck. So was he watching the fucking Grub Truck? So was he watching the Grub Truck stream? Wait, no. He would just know that there's a... Wait. How many people know that there's a fucking Grub Truck stream, and everybody would have to know, right? Or was he fucking creeping on Twitch? Waiting to see who fucking called him for a fucking ride. He was already there.
Yeah, I mean, he was there waiting, and then, you know, it seems like...
How old is this guy? Dude?
He is, he's 30 right now.
And he has a wife.
Yes.
So this dude was a 29-year-old man.
With a PhD.
Picking up college students.
Drunk college girls, yes. I mean, you know, here's the thing, CJ. I mean, you know, there are some good guys around, and it's like, what? Okay. If you know them, and, you know, if you get a call saying, hey, if it's a friend of the family or whatever, and you get a call saying, hey, I am too intoxicated to drive, can you please come pick us up? That's one thing. But he's like doing this for a lot of people, apparently. And that's his good. When you read, look, I'm telling you, when you read these interviews,
yeah,
you know, and these articles, you're like, okay, I'm wondering, is this okay with his wife? Like, I'm just saying, I wouldn't feel.
No, I was already thinking about it. That's why I asked you how old he was, because I'm like, wait a minute, how old is this dude here if he's got a wife and he's picking up young college girls that are fucking 18, 19, 20, 21, intoxicated?
Yeah, it's like, are you a good Samaritan? But like, how does his wife? I'm just saying, as a female, I would be not okay.
At 2, 3 in the morning too, when you got a wife at home.
Exactly.
And
why are you picking up?
You're 30, picking up young fucking ladies.
Yeah.
And you got a wife at home. Transition of a fucking employment there, bro. Like, spend the time with your wife at home.
Right. So this is okay with her? I'm just saying, that's what I would be uncomfortable with it.
Unless she worked those hours or something. No.
But still, even if she was working night shift, let's say, I don't know what she does. If she's in dispatch or something like that, she could be on night shift. But even at that, you're okay with your husband carting
for the university?
Intoxicated, vulnerable girls.
Well, he says that AG says he works and drives for the university.
Yeah, and
but that's like what is he? So he works for the university.
Yeah, well, he works for, and I sent you. Let's see.
He's a teacher.
He's not he works for a place. Hold on, I sent you. I've got some stuff.
A teacher?
No, he works for a company called. Hold on, let me get my.
Fuck, he's a teacher that's picking up. So
it's not. He's not really. He works for a place called. Well, he's the outreach coordinator for the Bridge, Idaho. It's called Upward Bound. And he's been there since 2015. Now, this is what he says. So I went online, and I'm trying to investigate what kind of business is this, Upward Bound. And the most I could figure out is that they are trying to help get scholarships for people to, you know, attend the university. It doesn't go, like, I was looking at their Facebook page, the Upward Bound Facebook page, and it has a lot of pictures of crowds of kids and doing stuff, but I wasn't really sure what all they did. But
Yeah,
I
and
mean,
he's got
you know, you can't tell me that you've got a PhD and you're working with whatever, helping the University of Idaho, and he's not getting paid. He says he didn't get paid to do this. So, I mean, you're not moonlighting, but you got a PhD, so why would you have to moonlight even if you were driving an Uber? You know what I'm saying?
Crime Solver Bezos says it best. I'm trying to keep an open mind, and I've been trying to keep an open mind this whole time. That's why you've heard me try and keep an open mind, but damn.
Yeah. I mean,
just like the PCA today, something don't seem right.
Yeah.
57. Thank you. So, okay, where are these interviews you're talking about?
Okay, I sent you 2 emails.
The links? All right.
The links to the articles, yeah.
What do you want me to go through first? The Daily Mail or the long?
It doesn't really matter.
All right. We're going to go through the Daily Mail one first. Here's the link for it so you can have it for yourself. I missed the spacey, funky beat so much from hearing it earlier in the show from when I used to play it. I have to play it tonight, even though I'm going to get in trouble for copyright. I don't care. I miss this beat. What's up, American Princess? How you doing? All right, so this is the article. This was, where's the date?
This one was in 22, I believe.
Yeah, December 23rd, 2022.
Mm-hmm.
It says, my job was to get these girls home safe. Private taxi driver who drove Idaho roommates Kaylee and Madison home hours before they were murdered says he is haunted by his role in delivering them to their deaths. Private taxi driver who drove Kaylee Consalvis and Madison Mogan home the night they were unalive broke a silence in an interview with Daily Mail. A month and a week later. Probably about a month, but I would say more than a month and a week. He is believed to be the last person to see the pair alive after picking them up from the Grub Truck in downtown Moscow in the early hours of November 13th. This is quote, I had known Kaylee and Maddie and Xana too. They would occasionally get rides home and there was nothing out of the ordinary about that night, he said. He knew all 3 of the ladies.
Mm-hmm.
The driver, who spoke on condition of anonymity, says he replayed the night a million times over, but can't recall anything that was amiss. Did he come back to the house after he dropped him off? That's a question that's popping into my head right now.
Mm-hmm.
The driver who took 2 of the unalive University students home the night they were unalived has broke his silence to tell how he is haunted by the knowledge that his job was to get them home safe, but instead he delivered them to their passing.
Now, can I say something here? Because I was going to say it as we went along. But like I said, I've been studying statement analysis, and there are a couple of things that you need to know from the get-go. People who most people don't lie completely, okay? It's the little things that show that they are not telling the truth or the whole truth, because it is harder to differentiate, and it's harder. Actually, CJ, it's harder, I guess, unless you're a sociopath or, I don't know. It's still harder for people to lie, okay? Even when they do, it's not comfortable for them, okay? So the kind of things that tip somebody off that you're lying is that a person who tells the truth doesn't give as much information. It's more cut and dried. It's like, I did this and I did that. Man, that was terrible. Okay. Then I heard about it the next day, and that was bad. Something to that effect, But as you go through, they catch liars by the detail. The more detailed someone is, and especially if it's things that are unnecessary details, but the more detailed that someone is in telling you something, the more likely they are lying, which I did not know. And also, like, the semantics, the way that they say things, and the way that it personally, if they go into great detail about themselves and the effect it had on them, if you're being honest, you're not going to say that much. Okay. So that's one thing, that I want you, as we go through here, to look at. Just look in. Nobody, this is allegedly, I'm just saying, this is what statement analysis is. So if you're going to just look at somebody as a suspect, you have to take that into consideration. How did they say this? What details are they doing? Are they giving us more information than we really need to know? See, that's why I'd like to see a transcript. Like, was the interviewer leading them on, asking questions that was not put in here? Or is this person volunteering the information?
Yeah, that's it. That's how I look at everything too. I'm always looking at the word that's connected to the word in a 3-word cluster, because it can change the sentence in either direction depending on the middle word between the 2 words that are connected to that cluster. What do you have to do for this statement analysis class? What is that? You just go to a community college and you take the course or something, or what?
No, this is actually, there's one online offered, but I've got it saved somewhere in my phone.
Send me the information if you can. I'd be interested to do, because I've been wanting to, with the way that I kind of dig into this shit, I've been wanting to kind of go beyond YouTube with something. So I'm looking for some kind of direction with something to not only go beyond YouTube, but to add it to my YouTube content. So,
me too. The one online is offered by a former LE who is, a trained, seasoned veteran in statement analysis. And this course is through him. And I think it's online, but I think you have 4 months to complete it. So, so I was looking at a lot of stuff because, it's interesting he goes through, his cases that he has reviewed, like John Benet Ramsey and stuff like that, and points out things. And it's very interesting. But I'll send that to you.
Yeah. Okay, it says, speaking for the first time and exclusively to Daily Mail, the private driver who was probably the last person to see friends Kaylee and Madison alive said, "It weighed on me. I've replayed the night 1,000,000 times over, trying to think if there was some sign or some detail that something was amiss, but there was nothing. It's not lost on me that my job was to get these girls home safe, but that didn't really help this time. It is approaching 6 weeks. All right, let me see. Let's see, and it says the shocking unalivings marked the first homicide. Today, the man who drove Kaylee and Madison home has recounted his recollections of the night and claimed that the community is living in fear with little faith in MPD.
Let me just say, just put that in a file in your brain that he says the community's living in fear, okay? Because later on, he's going to say something different.
Yeah, they were all saying that from the very beginning when the news people were out there in the parking lot.
Right.
Speaking on condition of an inanimate, that word. I had known Kaylee and Maddie and Xana too. They would occasionally get right. Okay, so it's something he said already. All right, surveillance footage of Kaylee and Madison showed the girls picking up a pasta at Grub Truck around 1:40 after ending their evening out at the nearby Corner Club bar in downtown Moscow. I picked them up at about 1:45 a.m., said the driver. They had their food, and they were super excited about their mac and cheese, as girls are after they go to the club. They sat in the back and they chatted. They were normal, just like any other night. They weren't upset about anything and talking about anyone.
Okay, you see how much detail he's putting in this? You know, he picked him up. Normally, according to statement analysis, you would say something like, I picked him up. You know, I didn't notice anything off. I took them home. I dropped them off. End of story. But see these details? They were super excited about their mac and cheese, as girls are, after they go to the club. Okay.
I'm looking at the quotation marks because that says a lot, because it could be the end of a sentence if it doesn't have the quotation
right
in the beginning. So if it's starting off, that means there was something in front of it before, so it's not a complete quote. So, yeah, you would almost have to look at it, because this right here, this quote right here, does not have a beginning to it. So that leads me to believe that there's something in front of this statement.
Mm-hmm. But I'm still stuck on the one above it, where he goes into detail about how they were excited about their mac and cheese, and as girls are. Okay, again, he's trying to put that baseline there. In his words, there was nothing abnormal. There was nothing off. Although there have been reports that one of the girls, I can't remember if it was Kaylee or Madison, but one of them was supposed to have been got sick at the club. A couple of people have said that. But, you know, he's saying they're just excited about their mac and cheese. And, you know, that's the way girls are. Again.
Maybe it could be. I mean, he is having it. This is Daily Mail. So I love their videos, but sometimes their articles do go a little crazy. Maybe it's just from being asked so many times what was going on, you know, that he just from answering LE. They obviously didn't know about him right away, because they were saying the time period was at 1:45 when those girls came home, and that's when they got to the Grub Truck. And I don't even think they knew about, they were just going off of the statements from BF and DM stating that everybody was home at 1:45 a.m. Because they didn't even know about the Grub Truck at that time. It wasn't until the Grub Truck came out and the private driver telling the Gonsalves family about the Grub Truck, which then the Gonsalves family told the LE about the Grub Truck. So that's another interesting thing, is why wouldn't dude have told LE about the Grub Truck before the family? Because you think you would have talked to LE before the family. So how did the family know about the Grub Truck before LE if they learned about the Grub Truck from the private driver?
Yeah.
It is definitely odd to say that they're super excited about their mac and cheese, and it says it's a quote, according to Daily Mail. There's a quote before they had their food and they were super excited. But is that a question that they had? Like, what were they doing when they hopped in the car? And then he could have said, well, they had their food and they were super excited. So it could have been a lead up to that question to get that kind of detail for that quotation.
Yeah, you're right. It could have been. It's just, you know, it seems like it's a little bit too much in detail, but because, all right, here's the thing. If you're a driver, and, you know, it's 2:00 in the morning, you're driving these intoxicated girls around. You've probably maybe had other pickups that night or whatever. You're out here.
Oh, he all night. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, you're like, whatever. You've probably, honestly, most people would have tuned them out. If you have nothing, if you are not focused on your passenger, okay, then you're like, well, you remember things like, I remember them being, kind of noisy. They must have been excited. Or, I don't know, whatever. I just remember them being noisy and, excited. It just, but yeah, the interviewer could have said, give me all the details,
Mm-hmm.
and we don't know. But just going by this, I'm like, if I was a driver and I had picked up bunches of loads of, intoxicated people, I would just be like, oh God, I wish they'd shut up.
Yeah, right here. Private driver took off work for a few days and then spoke with Ellie.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, why wouldn't you? Because if you had the interview with Ellie first, you would have told them about the Grub Truck.
Yeah, he took off. The next article, I think, is when he says he took off a week after that.
Oh,
after
a week.
He found out, he took off a week. Mm-hmm.
It sounds, gosh, and I've been ever since for the last 15 minutes, I'm trying to search my brain because it sounds just like another case where somebody was the last one. They were helping out Ellie. And then come to find out it was something that he had been doing for a long time. I'm trying to think. What case was that? I can't get it in my head. It says the driver said he was familiar with surveillance footage in which one of the girls appears to be talking about somebody called Adam earlier that evening, but he said they didn't talk about him or any boy on that ride.
Again, why are you listening to their... How do you remember that? How do you know? Could you say 100% they didn't talk about any boy?
Especially
not their boyfriends?
Days later, and you had multiple people that you picked up, you might mix the conversation with another.
Right, unless you were focused on them.
Yeah.
Hypothetically.
No, really.
It's speculation.
No, invested. You're only gonna, if you're invested, if you don't give a shit, you're just on to the next and you're ready to move and drop people off. You're not caring. There's no reason for your brain to retain that information if there's no emotional attachment.
Right.
So with the emotional attachment, whether you want your brain to recall it or not, it's going to, because of the emotional attachment to whoever it refers to.
Exactly.
If there is none, you're not going to give a shit.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see. Moscow police have contacted Adam, who have they described as cooperating. I'm sure everybody was cooperating. According to the driver, sometimes the girls would talk about boys, but that night they were just excited about the food. Yeah, he knew him well.
Yeah, so he could recall other times that they had been in the car talking about boys, which is not unusual for girls to do, but yet you remember them talking about that.
Investment. There was no apprehension, no weird feelings there, no upsetness, maybe from them. There was no nervousness about them. They weren't afraid of anybody. There was nobody following them or following us. Again,
you see how detailed that is, and it goes from that sentence onto the next paragraph, and it's still in, I assume it's all still in that quote, but see, he's like, no apprehension, no weird feelings, no upsetness, no nervousness. They weren't afraid. There was nobody following them. I know that is so much detail.
I get it, but it can be responses to questions because you don't see the questions. So the detail, I mean, I get where you're coming from. There is detail, but I'm looking at it too like, okay, what was the question? I want to know what the question was. I want to know what the questions were and what the, these
Yeah.
answers. I want to know what the answers were in the question that asked it. And then I want to see if there's evasiveness. Not necessarily. It may look like a
Right.
lot of detail right now, but depending on that question that was asked, it also could look like evasive. Like right here, what if he said, what if he asked something and he was like, hey, there was nothing weird? That could be evasiveness instead of
Yeah.
detail. You know what I mean? So
True.
I would like to see the questions, but I doubt
Yeah, no, we'll never know.
I doubt we'll get to. There was absolutely nothing about that ride that was different or abnormal. They were just typical sorority girls talking away, and half the time they don't pay a whole lot of attention to us drivers. We're just kind of doing our thing.
They don't pay a lot of attention to us drivers.
Well, I would think that you wouldn't give a shit if you have a wife at home and you're having a baby.
Exactly. So why bring it up? Why bring it up?
Why would you care? Sorry, I can't see chat when I'm reading this stuff. Hold on, let me see what I've missed here. We've already went through the weapons stuff. I don't have to play anybody's stuff. We have our own stuff for the weapons stuff. We already went through it. When did we go through that, Caddy? That was like a couple days after. Was that during my trip to Moscow, or a couple days after that we went through? We've already went through it. I know we have the stuff, so, and that's some of the stuff we were already going to get into. Like I said at the beginning of the show, there's a lot of stuff to get into, and it's going to be tonight and tomorrow night that we're going to be getting into all this stuff. You see, the driver said he didn't pull right up to the door of the girl. He's stopping instead on the street out front. Didn't pull up.
Right. Said he didn't. Yeah, there's a couple of weird things that he says, either in this article or the next one.
That poor house. He said, I just sort of pulled up in front of their driveway. I didn't pull right into the parking lot. I usually try not to do that because that's an easy way to get robbed.
Did you feel like that when you were there, CJ?
What? Hold on a minute. I just sort of pulled in front of their... I try not to do that because that's an easy way to get robbed. I couldn't pull... I mean, how do you get robbed? And who's gonna rob you there? Like, yeah. It's not downtown Chicago.
Exactly.
All they do is where was all the robberies that were taking place for somebody to feel like they were gonna get robbed, dropping off
to pull into the driveway? You know, I'm not going to pull into the driveway because I could get robbed.
Yeah, at 2 a.m. Somebody's gonna... There wasn't robberies taking place all over. Placing him so far from the front door. Yeah, he just pulled up in front.
Yeah, he didn't stay. That's the whole point. He makes it known that he just dropped him off. He didn't stay. In one of these articles, he says that he did not watch them walk to the door. So he's establishing, hey, it was quick. I stopped. They jumped out. I left. Because I was afraid of being robbed.
I never felt any threat. And listen, I'm just being honest. I grew up in the street. I know awareness, okay? I know there's the sense where you just pick up on little things when you're out there. You know your fucking surroundings when you're there. Like, you know it from the senses, and that right there, I never felt once that I was ever gonna have it. I don't know. It's not like there's a shit. The people that were around there it's not like they were sketchy people either. It's not a rundown area of Moscow.
Right.
There's not a lot of robberies taking place. There's not, I mean, hell, you don't even hear about the little shit taking place in Moscow. All of it is just freaking complaints about music. Right. Who would that? Why would you? And if you knew them, right? That it would almost be
Right.
like, yeah, I just pulled up because I know them, and because I drop them off a lot, I know this is a really bad area. So I just wanted to pull up real quick because I didn't want to get robbed.
But see, that doesn't make sense.
No.
Because, I mean, maybe it's a southern thing, but down here, people, even though it's 100% safe, like, I know the areas that my friends live in, but if I'm dropping somebody off at night, I wait till they not just get to the door, but get inside the door and shut it before I leave.
Especially if you're a dude, even if you're not emotionally connected to these ladies, it's still a lady. It's still somebody's daughter. It's still somebody's maybe future mother. Like, you got to treat them like that, like they're your sister or your mother or your aunt or whoever, you know?
Right.
You always.
So you're going to be concerned enough to volunteer your time to make sure that these girls get home safely, but you're not going to watch and make sure they're safe?
Right.
Doesn't make sense.
I didn't. Even if I had a date and I just didn't care for the date, I'd still make, you know?
Yeah.
Like, still.
Sure.
That's especially, like you said, especially if you're doing it out of the kindness of your own heart. He says, I try to stay in positions where I can either go. Hold on, let me restart this. I try to stay in positions where I can go either direction so I can get away if I have to. It's never happened, but you hear about these things.
So if it hasn't happened, how do you hear about it?
Yeah, especially if there's no reports.
Yeah, what are you hearing? You're listening to the news from New York City and you're worrying about it in Idaho? I mean, that doesn't make any sense. It's never happened, but I'm still worried about it.
He's got a YouTuber. Hey, there's people out there on YouTube that pretend to be all fucking gangstered out and they're a puffball. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, that's what this dude is. He's like, man, I'm out here in the street and it's dark. It's 2 a.m. Shit, we might get robbed. I'm out here doing it for the community.
Exactly.
Yeah. Going home to his wife. Babe, I almost got shot tonight. She was close.
I mean, it was a Nerf gun, but still.
Yeah. Turn down that King Road, babe. Shit, it was about to pop off. It was about to pop. Yeah. Oh, my Lord. Fucking puffball.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry. It's not, yeah, right. It's not Chicago or New York. I used to live there. Shit, it's a lot different. A lot different than Moscow. Right, AG? You gotta think below the surface. It was about to pop off, babe. That King Road. Once you turn down that King Road, you gotta hit Queen. Oh, you know it. It gets creepy. Just like Vinny says, it's a dark place and you don't want to go there, but I'll take you there. You know?
Yeah.
It's a dark place. Oh, my Lord. Okay, here we go. Oh, shit. He said, but on that night, he saw and felt no threat. In fact, he said, excuse me. He said, sorry, my sinuses. I didn't want to watch them go all the way in. Okay. In fact, this is the reporter. In fact, he said, quote, I didn't watch them go all the way in. There were 2 of them. It was a relatively safe place. It's not something I would usually sit and watch.
Okay, but you were afraid you were going to get robbed, but it's a safe place. It can't be both, sir.
Right. Babe, he probably got mixed. He probably has to go home and make his, he probably has to go home, make his wife feel like he's, yeah, babe, that king and queen rug. So he got mixed up for a minute there. He's like, yeah, it's, hey, I didn't want to pull in because when you're in that dark that dark parking, you got to make sure you have an exit point at all time. You can't be stuck. You can't be cornered. You got to be prepared. He thought he was talking to his wife for a second. And then all of a sudden, oh yeah, I'm talking to a reporter. Yeah, it's a relatively safe area.
Hey, it's dangerous. You could get hit by a meatball out there.
It's a relatively safe area. Yeah. Meatballs sound good.
It does, doesn't it?
That restaurant Sbarro or whatever. I love getting a meatball and a breadstick. It's good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes, this is another quote, sometimes I absolutely will ask or intervene if I feel a kid needs help. Wow, you're so old, you look at them as kids. I've taken kids to get their stomach pumped if I feel they have to. Wow, that's great community service right there.
Yeah.
You're taking kids to get their stomach pumped?
But you won't watch them walk into the house.
Why not?
But you'll take them to get their stomach pumped, but you're not going to watch them walk to the door.
Yeah. Said this is a college town. These kids are just trying to live their lives. We as drivers try to look out for them. They don't need to be preyed on. But you knew about the Twitch stream and why else would you, let's be honest. Why else would you watch the Twitch stream if you're not watching it for the case? How many of us sit back and watch the Grub Truck Twitch stream? You know what I mean? Like, we've watched it a couple times. I've talked about having a hangout night where we all go hang out at the Grub Truck one night and we all, shower them with love and chat on their show. What's up, Yolie? But when do any of us ever go watch fucking Grub Truck? When do any of us go watch it? We don't. So if this dude, why would he be watching it? I wonder if he's got a Twitch name. That's what I wonder. I wonder if he's upright depressed.
Oh. Right?
Yeah. I wonder if he's upright depressed.
Have you been listening to this, Yolie? This ridiculousness that this guy's been saying?
I've been listening off and on because I'm in the middle of busy work, but I've been listening off and on. This DoorDash, not the DoorDash, the private driver. There's some strange things about him.
Yeah.
Yeah, we went in.
And the PCA in Pennsylvania does state his name. It's misspelled. Yeah. But we go into the Grub Truck video stuff, and it's like, like, I'm not sure.
Especially since the family knew before LE.
Yeah.
That's when we heard that, I'm just like, wait, hold on a minute.
Yeah.
Are you upright depressed? We're going to talk about it.
Oh, man, we listened to that Grub Truck video. There's some strange things, and we couldn't pin it to anything. Well, maybe pin it to some group or something, but nobody in particular. And maybe we still can't pin it to anybody in particular, but it's very, very strange.
Yeah, for sure. But that's what makes me wonder, because I had this whole time, I knew that Kaylee, right, had given the Grub Truck information to Ali.
Not Kaylee.
I didn't. Olivia, I mean. That had given the Grub Truck information to Ellie. I didn't realize that he had given it to them before Ellie, because I thought they got the information right away, but he didn't talk to Ellie right away. So I was under the impression the whole time that he talked to Ellie right away, because he knew he was the last person to drop him off. And something happened after he dropped him off. So
Mhm.
I assumed he's the one that went to them right away to, give them a witness statement about being one. Yeah, I dropped those girls off at 2 a.m. I didn't realize it was days after. And so now I'm starting to wonder, well, if you knew there was a grub truck, you told the family, and the family's the one that we've known the whole time that gave the information to LE. Well, that means that you done talked to the family before you talked to LE. And why in the hell are you talking to the family before you're talking to LE? And then it makes me sit there and go back to these interviews where Steve was saying that they knew the kid like he was part of the family.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes.
How do you like?
I know it's so strange. I've never.
Why we're talking about it to now, because I wasn't talking about it before in our other shows. I was just waiting, but after these interviews and hearing this shit about it and this and that, I'm just like, yeah, we're gonna talk about it.
Yeah, and I
We
don't
got
know.
more stuff to get into tomorrow night too.
But here's the thing: he's married and he's doing. What I understand is that the driver is doing it for free.
Mm-hmm.
And while this could be an altruistic act, you got to question somebody who has a PhD, works for the university, and is, doing some kind of altruistic act by picking up drunk girls. And I mean, maybe there's some father out there that does that, or maybe it is true. He's doing a good deed.
Yolie, look. This is them announcing they got a baby girl coming a month before the crime took place. Why are you out there picking up kids? You're calling them kids in the frickin' article.
Yeah, but he was only 29. He was literally just a few years older than them. No, certainly not kids.
Not a few. He was they were 19 and 20 and 21.
Okay, so he was, but yeah,
near a decade. And you got a baby coming, you got a wife at home, and you're dropping off, quote, kids at 2 a.m. And you got Steve G in an interview a couple nights ago, and he's saying that y'all know the private driver. You guys were talking, and he was giving up. Like, why did he, when the next day, when he woke up the next day, because let's be honest, your fucking wife works for the PD department, bro. The next fucking day, it's pretty, you may not know the victims because you're waiting for him to be confirmed, but you know the fucking house. You know the address where the shit's at. It's a small community. Your wife works for him, so you know it's the damn house because it gets around real quick in small communities. And you're going to tell me that you didn't even... see, this whole time I thought the dude said something right then the next day.
No.
Mm-hmm.
And I got that impression as well, that the guy was had talked about it like immediately or something. And
I did. I got the impression because they came out with a statement saying what time they thought everything took place, and in my mind, I'm sitting there going, just as a human being, this is where I'm coming from. This is why I didn't think that the dude wouldn't have took days, because in my mind, who in the fuck takes 2 or 3 or 4 days to tell LE when you just dropped him off at 2 a.m? It's common sense to like automatically go, well, I was probably the last one that dropped him off at 2 a.m, so I probably should call.
Yeah. So it's always the last person who saw them alive and the person who discovered them, passed away. So you have the last person who saw them alive was probably the driver. There might have been other people that saw them alive in the house, but as far as we know, it's a driver. And then the person who
it is in the house because BF stated that they were all home. So BF would have stated that, she was the last one that saw him.
Although, yeah.
To the PCA.
Yeah. And then the person who discovered him, who was J, allegedly was the one that called 911 and checked his pulse, allegedly, from somebody's phone. So, you start there and you go outward, but It's just, so it just doesn't make any sense. And who are these people with the swords?
They're not swords.
What are?
Yeah, they're the gender reveal sticks. You know, where they
Yeah,
come
that's
up and
the private driver. That's the private driver celebrating their baby girl coming. And this was a month before the crime took place. And that's why I'm showing the picture. I'm like, you got all this shit going on, and you're dropping young ladies off that you have relationships with their family members for free. And you got, I'm sorry if I was that age, you know what I'm saying? I had, I wasn't out there at 2 in the fucking morning. And I especially wasn't out there around 19, 20, 21-year-olds at 2 in the morning fucking being married. You out of your damn mind. You know how much trouble I'd be in?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, because that's the way any woman would feel.
At 8 o'clock, man. Shit.
And, okay, so, you know, okay, you're showing the picture of where he is expecting a baby, and yet, according to him, he was afraid of getting robbed. That's why he didn't pull in the driveway. So you've expecting a baby, but yet you're going to volunteer to do something that is dangerous. Is it dangerous or not? Because if it is, and you're out there driving and your wife is expecting, what the heck are you doing, sir?
Yeah. It's I don't know what to say.
For free. It's not like it's the income source. It's not like you're doing DoorDash deliveries trying to make a few bucks off of a delivery. You're doing this shit for free.
So is it something that is altruistic, and he really wants to take these girls home? He has concern, or is it something else?
No, I think it's something else. I think it's part of a group.
It's possible, yeah.
It's part of a group that
who wants to put themselves in a situation where they're driving, inebriated females home who are young adults and possibly have one of the young adult females.
He's probably a private driver. He's probably a private driver that took some of them to Daddy Green's house.
Well, we don't know, right? But
none of us know, but I'm just saying. I mean, you look at it, none of us know anything any night. That's why it's speculation. And my speculation is I wouldn't be surprised if the dude was dropping people off at Daddy Green's, because Daddy Green's all up in
But the liability of it.
Liability of what? He gets to enjoy some shit too. What's the problem? That's why I'm saying it's part of a group, Yolie. If they're in a group, they're all doing the same shit.
Yeah, because the liability there,
For what? Liability for what?
I'll tell you, you're driving drunk girls home, and if one of them accuses you of something,
Yolie, they hide assaults. Have you not seen all the assaults they hide at that university? You think they're gonna not hide that?
They might.
And it involves the president. Yeah, they're gonna hide it. They're gonna hide it.
But you might just have one of these ladies who's very powerful parents who's gonna take their child's word for it and wreak havoc. It's a risk, no matter what.
How many of those are taking? You see all the assaults that are covered up. How many of those are taking place? How many parents are coming forward?
Oh no, not many.
Exactly, and they know this. It's a small community. They go around and they harass these students, so they shove their power over them.
Yeah,
it's all about influence. That's what it is. It's influence.
Well, yeah, and it doesn't make sense. It does make sense if your mind goes there, right? I mean, if your mind goes there and you think that this guy, is doing something because he likes to pick up young ladies who are inebriated because they're vulnerable and he can maybe get a peek, do more. I don't know. But it is sus. I mean, it's suspect.
I mean, even if it's just, even if he is not planning to do anything with these girls, I mean, think about it. Your wife is expecting, she's probably not feeling her best. It's, you know how pregnancy is. You're very emotional and all that. I mean, even if you're just looking at the girls and fixated on the girls.
I mean, dude, you know how many creepers are out there? Like females, you probably don't even know how many dudes are pretending to be nice to your ass just to, you know, oh my gosh, he's such a good friend. We've been friends for 12 years. And next thing you know, oh my gosh. Yeah, because dudes a lot like that. You know what I mean? Like, it's fucking creepy. Who says that the dude wasn't like you said, Silky? And like we said together, emotional attachment creates investment that creates recollection. You're not gonna remember shit like that to girls that you're just dropping off and they're another quick 5-minute ride. I gotta go to the next one. That's why I'm not pulling in their parking lot, making sure they're not walking up to their door because I gotta go to the next one. It's constant. Busy. You're going to think that this person had the conversation, but really it was 2 rides before that. You're not going to be that invested in to remember that, oh, usually they talk about boys, but this night they didn't, especially days later. That's investment.
Yes,
and
it is.
And just because this guy pretends to be nice, oh, yes, family, yes, just like Jack, how they said, yeah, Jack never called Kaylee a bitch. Well, did you see some of the shit he was fucking saying to the dudes about hitting on his ex-girlfriend when she's not even his girlfriend? Bro, that's not your girlfriend. You know what I mean? That's not your girlfriend. So what? That shows right there.
Well,
even if it was, yo, what the fuck, dude? You're sitting there chewing other dudes out for saying your woman's sexy when you should be proud of that shit instead of jealous? That says a lot.
Yeah, and he
never called her a bitch.
He pretty much described it.
He said he never did, which he may not have called her a bitch. But when you see the venom that he's spewing at the dudes that are hitting on a girl that he done fucking lost.
Mm-hmm.
It's
bro.
It's terrible.
You gotta check shit. You know what I'm saying? You gotta check shit.
You got the DoorDash driver. You got the private driver. You got the ex-boyfriend. You got the issue at the fraternity, the fight. You got at least 4 or more things that could have led to this. And so they picked BK out of this whole thing based on some snap that has touch DNA, based on a white car that they don't have a license plate for. It's like, okay, it reeks of reasonable doubt to me, and I don't know if they even care that it reeks reasonable doubt. I mean,
who, the Consalvis family?
No, the LE.
No, I never thought they cared from the beginning. I don't even think they know. They're not even running the investigation. You look at the frickin' when we watched the press conference when BK was arrested as part of the special earlier, it looked like Fry was just being told shit. And anything that he wasn't being told, he was just saying, we're taking the totality of the situation and we're taking in all the tips and, seeing what this and that, and then we're keeping it to us. I mean, it was almost like he's just being fed a couple little tidbits of something just to give the press something that ain't much, and then you're just supposed to tell everybody. Like when you have the dude arrested, the day that he's arrested, and a reporter asks you what was the tip that led to the arrest, and you say you can't provide the information because it's part of the investigation. Shut the fuck up,
I can't answer that.
Right.
That's a joke. That tells me that people are telling you what the fuck is going on because you're too fucking inexperienced to walk with 2 legs.
Well, I'll tell you, there's a lot going on in this case, and I don't know. It's complicated. It could.
Well, I'm just talking about like the Jack and the private driver here.
It creates reasonable doubt.
Yep. It does. It very definitely does.
Yeah.
Provide a launcher parking thing.
If I were on the jury and this was brought up in some manner, or even, what is the word, examining the driver, I think I would have a lot of questions as a juror, you know, excuse me, what was this driver doing? And he was what? He was married. Like, I think I would be thinking, I don't know. He looks a little sus to me.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can't, I mean, the evidence, the prosecutor is going to present evidence against Brian Kohberger, and there's a thing as beyond the scope of the direct examination. There's an objection to that, right? So if Ann Taylor were to try to go beyond what was examined by the prosecutor, that could be a stop to it. But that doesn't prevent Ann Taylor from calling those witnesses on her own. And so she can call them on her own and create that reasonable doubt. I mean, it doesn't take much. I mean, you call the driver, you're married, yes. You were doing this and you weren't getting paid, yes. And you would drive inebriated girls home, yes. And you were afraid of getting robbed at the house, is that right? And that's why you didn't go all the way, yes. And why were you afraid of getting robbed? Because it's a dangerous area, because maybe there's, and so he gets stuck, and then it's like people start to wonder, why is this married man driving
Exactly,
like for free? Like, what is it? Did you have something happen to your sister maybe that caused you to be this altruistic, that you want to protect women, and you're doing this on your own? Like, it all comes out, but it's that's why I say these trials are always fluid. Cross-examination, that's why they tore down the house. And when you're cross-examining witnesses, you realize you might need the house. The prosecution might realize, shit, I need the house, and because a witness says something that you're not prepared for, because the prosecution can't control what every witness says. It's impossible.
Yeah, Iris, the private driver, that was they were on one of the when MPD had the list up of people they feel were not part of the crime. They had the private driver listed as one of the people that they feel were not part of it. Not that they were cleared, because they didn't, quote, clear anybody, but they did have a list. And I'm going to have to go to a show where we went through that list because it's gone already. But yeah, they did have him on a list of people that they feel were not. And they had the not was capitalized on it, not part. That is the reasonable doubt. The 3 other DNA profiles, you don't need anything else. It's already there.
Yeah.
And why didn't you, if you only had that minute amount of BK, well, you had to have at least more than that, or if not the same of the other DNA. So why weren't you pursuing that just as much as you pursued BK?
Exactly.
Because the other male DNAs you probably didn't test because you just took one name, the first name that they probably tested, and it popped up, and you just went with that one because the FBI was still probably working on the other ones, and you just took the fucking tip and ran with it because the fucking enrollment was about to,
Yeah, gotta arrest somebody.
Right at the end of December. Shit, it's a tip. They probably said, look, we're not quite done. This isn't full. We got other stuff. Okay, thank you. Boom. Arrest.
Yeah. And I mean, there's all kinds of questions you can ask about the DNA, about was there enough to do all these tests? Was chain of custody? Why didn't you test the other 3? Because they were not qualified. Well, what do you mean by not qualified? I still haven't seen an answer to that. Were they not qualified because they were law enforcement DNA? Is that why? I mean, I don't know. They just weren't qualified. So we're left with that. And he said that at the hearing, and the judge didn't ask him, like, what do you mean, sir, by not qualified? Like, you know, BK's DNA, apparently those 23 skin cells was qualified, so I don't know.
And I mean, this driver, like, you think this is bizarre. He gets even more bizarre, and maybe it's the other article too.
Well,
I mean, it's just like it doesn't make sense.
We said, I've already said that they weren't cleared. What I said is that on the website for Moscow, it said that these are the people they believe that are capitalized, not involved in the crime.
Yeah, and
I started off by saying nobody was cleared. So there was nobody cleared. They was just, if we can go through, if anybody remembers any of the shows that we went through and we showed the list of the people that are not, I would love to, because it does show it. It says private driver on there, and it says people not on the Moscow. You just can't show it anymore because it doesn't exist. It just shows this. That's all it shows.
Yeah.
Nothing. All right, let me see here. So this says, continuing in this article, this is a college town. These kids are just trying to live their lives. We drivers try to look out for them. They don't need to be preyed on. The fact that Kaylee, Madison, and their friends were so brutally attacked within a couple hours of him making the drop-offs has the driver said, wait on him. Really? You didn't weigh on you to go talk to LE right away? He said, I've been driving here for years and it weighed on me. It was rough to think I was one of the last people to see them alive. When I saw the news on Monday, it occurred to me I was in that neighborhood, but that was before they'd released any names.
Yeah,
but you know the address, bro.
Yeah.
You know the address. As soon
but
as
he
I
wasn't sure.
It was the girls, I went to the police. So he had to... Dude, you know the address, bro. It had to be the topic of the fucking... I mean, you saw how many people were showing up. Come on now.
And, okay, and let's just say hypothetically, if he's as close to the family as, we're led to believe, he didn't know from the family already that, somebody he was close to, they were like family, that their daughter was unalived? Really?
Yeah. I never heard that before until I saw that interview, and I was like, what? He just said he was like family. And I'm like, huh? I thought you barely knew him. I thought you barely knew him, private driver. I mean, the reason why we're even talking about this tonight is because of these interviews that we went into the last couple nights and the shit that I was hearing. I was like, oh, yeah, no, this is... Yeah, we got to talk about this. And that's already after we went into the sharp stuff from 2 months ago.
Yeah, so Olivia kept calling the driver an Uber driver. And maybe that was just because it's just a term, like general term, but
Especially mom.
Yeah. So I'm wondering if Olivia knew who the driver was. Like,
if he was like family, that's like Katrina saying right here, you can't tell me SG if he was like family. You can't tell me SG and Olivia didn't call him right away, but they didn't say they called him. So it's a weird statement,
Yeah, and he didn't find out till Monday until it came out.
No.
Really? That you have family at the PD and you don't know? Come on. I work at a jail. You can't pull that crap on me. We know exactly.
Yeah, she probably called him. You know what I said? She probably called him and was like, babe, did you drop anybody off at this house?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so when you look at the family and how they say, JD, go look elsewhere. He didn't do it. Driver, go look elsewhere. He's a close friend. He didn't do it. I mean, I'm wondering if that had any effect on anything. Not that the G family did anything wrong, but I'm just wondering. Yeah, I'm just wondering if maybe that had something to do with it. I don't know, because I mean, I'm like so protective of the family. Like, I don't want. Yeah, yes, because I have clients, and so I immediately go into that mode where I'm protecting my clients, like, and so, but I just feel like there's so many arrows pointing elsewhere, and the arrow that's pointing to BK is like the least visible out of all these arrows. So you have all these arrows pointing everywhere, and then you have BK, and it's like that arrow is like dot dot dot, like it's not as strong as the other arrows pointing everywhere else.
Yeah, I mean and I remember, because I started covering Idaho a year ago, and then I dropped out on it, but they kept saying for a long time, they kept saying Uber driver.
Yeah.
So there was, okay, now honestly, if you're looking at suspects, yes, you could have a crazy Uber driver. It could happen. But it seemed like it was putting more distance between him and the crime, because if you just have a random Uber driver, they don't know you, they don't care. They're there to get their paycheck, whatever. But now you're like, okay, there is actually a connection between these people. He knew them, he had driven them before, according to his statement. And it wasn't just a random nobody that you could easily eliminate because you were out on another call.
I'm wondering how much this is what I'm wondering, because he works for the university, and like I said earlier, who's to say he didn't do drop-offs? I'm wondering how much influence Mr. Green had on this guy being, quote, not a person of interest. I wonder how much influence Mr. Green was like, hey, Chief, this is one of the employees here at the university. There's no possible, like, yeah, the guy's good. He's good.
Yeah.
How much influence did he have? Yeah. Because then wouldn't that look bad on the university if the person that committed the crime was the person that was working for the university, dropping the girls off? And wouldn't that relive another teacher from the university that did the same thing to a student?
And it would look bad on LE if one of their employees' husband was the perpetrator. Well, what kind of people y'all hiring?
Not just that. I'm talking the university. Who in the fuck is going to come back to that university if not only these university students were alive like this, but you had somebody that worked for the university doing this? Do you think any of those students are going to trust anybody, any faculty member, especially when another teacher just a few years before that unalived a student at the Idaho University of Idaho? Nobody would have came back.
No,
man, that's what. Oh shit, yeah, that's worse than enrollment. I didn't even think about it.
There's also a lawsuit against one of the athletic people, I heard.
Yeah, because of an assault that was hid from a football player. Yeah, from a football player that assaulted a student, and it was being brushed under the rug.
Mm-hmm. I heard about that.
I bet I wouldn't be surprised if, as much as Green was worried about the enrollment, he would be 10 times more worried about the person that committed this crime being a person that works at the university.
I mean, Did they get his DNA?
Wow.
Did they get the DNA? I'm sorry, Silky, what'd you say? Did they get what?
I mean, did they test the driver's DNA against some of these DNAs?
That's a good question for Ann Taylor to ask.
Yeah.
Because that's the only way we're going to find out.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good question.
But, like I said, there's a bunch of arrows, and all Ann Taylor has to do is give some kind of inkling to those arrows to different places. And it just creates reasonable doubt. I mean, I don't see, and there's so much going on in that town because it is a small town. I mean, you have boyfriends and girlfriends breaking up. You have a fraternity fight that could have carried over into the early morning hours where they start, getting violent. You have this private driver creeper, possibly. who's driving women around that are maybe inebriated in the wee hours of the night, and he's doing it for free because he's a good citizen. And you have this white car driving around, and so there's so many moving parts. It's like, and where does BK come into this? How does BK get into this mess when you have so much closer leads? Like, so when I hear the Steve Goncalves say that the FBI has sophisticated ways of getting people with technology and all this stuff and this and that, I think like he's hoping. I see it like there has to be something. I think they have it, that they have it. They're going to triangulate the phones, and they're going to show that the phone was moving, and they're going to put BK at the house, and he's hoping, and that's just what I see in my opinion. I don't know, but really, I mean, it's just kind of like gaslighting. I feel like I'm being gaslighted. I've always felt like I've been gaslighted. I feel like when I first saw this case and what they were saying, I'm like, no, you're not going to shove that down my throat because it doesn't make sense. I'm sorry, it just doesn't. And it doesn't. So anyway, that's that.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just looking at it a different way now. The Grub Truck video a different way. Or not necessarily the video, but the events around the Grub Truck. The influence of the president when it comes to anything that has to do with the university. And I just see it. If this dude's name would have been out there as a person that was anywhere close to being connected to the events that took place other than dropping them off, that would have been the end of the university. You can't tell me a university is going to be able to, especially that small of a university, you can't tell me that university would have recovered. It would have took 10, 15 years for that university to recover, in my opinion. If a person that worked for the university that was driving the people, I mean, think about that. You wouldn't even be able to trust anybody taking you home from a night out drinking no more.
Right.
Like there's the community's trust, because it would almost be like it's any higher member of the community, and you're just like, whoa, if that person can do it, if a person, like it would be over. So Mr. Green would have every reason to fully back whoever it was if they had any kind of affiliation with the university, and try and get rid of everything that you can, and try and stop the family from pursuing leads because they're getting too close to it, because they might actually find out the fucking truth. And then next thing you know, the university is ruined, even if they tried to hide shit and cover it under the rug like they do their assaults and their harassments and all. That's a different way to look at it.
Yeah. Yeah, it definitely is. And, when I started looking at this, I'm like, holy moly. Yeah, this opens up, again, speculation. But what is not speculation is that they did this so quickly. How could you have been able to eliminate the DNA, and especially one of the last people to see the girls alive? So how did you eliminate so quickly?
Because of the influence of the university. Like what? Seriously, what police department is not going to pursue that motherfucker to the fullest? You were the last one that dropped him off. You have an emotional connection to him. Hello? Like those are two things right there that the LE is going to be digging into you hardcore. And it was No, we don't want to upset anybody. That, with the university, we don't want to. Students, go home. We just had 4 people get brutally attacked and unalived, and we want you to be comfortable. Go home to your families. The fuck that? It'd be like, yo, you motherfuckers sit here until we're done talking to every single one of you. We're still a few days away from Thanksgiving. This tragedy just happened. The school can put it on pause. You can put it on pause. You can wait to go. You can still have your Thanksgiving, because Thanksgiving's a week from then, 10 days. You can still have your Thanksgiving. You can have everybody interviewed in a fucking week time.
At least initial interviews.
Yeah. And then get information. Okay, where are you going to be at? We need the number of your family. So then if we need to get in contact with you again, we have a number. If a cell don't work or whatever, email, something. That way, if we need to reach out to you again to get any further information, we still have that. They just let people go. We wondered this whole time why it seemed like a cover-up, why it seemed like they were just trying to hush shit, not tell shit, because they didn't want the more you tell, the more the truth will be exposed. They didn't want none of that shit going on, just like in this press conference. Why can't you answer what tip led to BK for the arrest when he's arrested? You're not tipping him off now. So it's like, why would there be a cover-up? People are thinking it's because of substances and all this other stuff. Tonight, I really feel like the university, it's not only about the enrollment. I think they're trying to cover one of their own, because it would have crumbled the whole fucking thing. And maybe that's why, even after they were, we're gonna demo the house, but you know what? That was them just like, yeah, we need to get rid of this. And once they started realizing, when the students were coming back that first semester, right? That first semester back, like that kid said, half of the students, I'd be surprised if half of them came back, he said. You know what? And then after time started going by, prosecution, oh yeah, we got this slam dunk. You got more MSM information coming out. People are starting to feel more comfortable. They're starting to come back. And the reason that you're doing the University of Idaho Phoenix deal, even after you got your highest record attendance, is because I bet you, if some shit comes out that this person that worked for the university had something to do with it at any point in this trial, they still have the University of Phoenix to fall back on their enrollment, because their real enrollment's going to fucking drop if something does come out between now and the trial or whatever, if it does. Because information, sometimes you just wake up one morning and all of a sudden, holy shit.
Mm-hmm.
They want that university deal, even after the record attendance. They want that university deal just in case something does come out about this shit. That's just me.
I think that's a very viable point, though, CJ. I mean, if they do have something to hide and, it doesn't look good, they're going to have a backup plan, because that university funds the whole town.
Well, and think about it. Why would you go, like, we all know that this deal's a belly up. Listen, as a business, if you have the highest record attendance, why wouldn't you back out like all these other colleges backed out? You just had a record attendance. You just set a record for your university. Why would you need to continue to go into a belly up business deal when you just had record attendance? Yeah. Unless you're worried about that record attendance fucking dropping down at any moment, because who knows what's going to come out. Exactly. Man, who says, what if inside looking, what if that isn't the fucking private driver?
Yeah, that's funny. I could not remember that name, but I was going to say that when I was thinking
What
about
if
the
that's
show,
not the
CJ.
private driver?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I just could not remember the inside looking one, because I had done that. God, a year ago, I had when I was still doing Idaho, I had put that on there, just like, we don't know who this is, but look they know a lot of details. But yeah,
Mhm. A
people
lot of
assuming.
details.
Okay.
A lot.
Okay, now, if you remember the icon for, was it Inside Looking? I'm pretty sure it was. Remember the icon photo, or was it Facebook when the creepy guy that knew all the details? There were two different things, but the one
Papa
icon.
Rogers and Inside Looking.
Okay, the one that had the military icon.
That's Papa Rogers. Inside Looking had like a they had like a it was like a if I remember correctly, it was like somebody that had like a doorway or something, wasn't it?
I had to go back to my video to see it.
Yeah, I posted my old video of it right there if anybody wants to click on it. That's when I read through all the Inside Looking.
But what I found interesting about, okay, so then it was Papa Rogers. That icon looked like it resembled slightly Brian Koberger in military hat or something like that.
Rogers, yeah.
Oh yeah, it's not BK.
No, but but when you go to when we get to the next article, there are some things that I'm like, holy crap, what?
Oh, especially about the sheath. Before the sheath was even in the PCA, the sheath was in
4chan.
Yeah, social media.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true. I saw that too.
That's why when it came out, it was like, whoa, hold on a minute.
I have a question. Do we know this private driver what his PhD was in?
It might be on his Facebook. I've got his Intellius report. Well, CJ has it too, but I don't want to look at it because
there's a lot of information.
Don't want to. There's a lot of private information.
It's outreach coordinator at Bridge, Idaho, Upward Bound is the employment that's listed on the account.
But his degree, I'm not sure what his degree is in, and it may be on Facebook or.
Does anybody want to know and type it in chat what the degree is?
Yeah, I'm just curious if that person had anything to do with, BK having, getting his PhD.
Hell, did he know BK because they were fucking neighbors?
Yes, and also because, when you're a PhD, you sometimes have a mentor that already has a PhD. And I don't know.
I watch. Who says he didn't buy the K-bar from BK?
Exactly.
Who says he didn't buy the K-bar from BK if they're fucking 1,200 feet away and they strike up conversation?
Okay, and that's in the next article that, I know we're not done with this one, but in the next one from Law and Crime, okay, here is what is interesting. So I'll go ahead and tell you. He says, he was 1,200 feet from my door. All right, but when you look at his current address and the Intellius report, his address has always been Moscow. So BK was in Pullman. So how was he 1,200 feet from his door?
So there's a question about the people giving these statements, whether it was the same person.
Well, real quick, does anybody know the address that he supposedly had listed in Pullman?
It's not on Intellius.
I assumed he lived at Steptoe Apartments in the same complex or the building that was right next to him. So if anybody knows, drop it in chat. Go ahead, Yolie.
I was just going to say that, what was I going to say? Oh, that I don't know, the PhDs, sometimes PhD students, they support each other. It's like a mentorship. And so I'm just wondering, and I'm trying to think back, and it doesn't have to necessarily be in the same subject that you're getting your PhD in. It has to do with the thesis that they're doing, and they have a mentor for that. But that's in California. I really don't know if it would apply in Pullman, Washington, and Idaho.
Okay, somebody just answered that question of what his master's was in. His PhD was in education. I think it's.
That would make sense, because if it one of the people that can mentor a PhD student is someone who has a PhD in education.
It was by, let me see who just made that comment. Aaliyah says master's in movement and leisure science. I don't even know what that is. And PhD in education.
Okay. Well,
so there you go.
Yeah, it's possible.
I don't hear any echoes.
I don't either.
Okay. I do for some reason. And I see. Let's see. Yeah, no, Papa was not BK. Let me see here.
There might be a connection between the driver and BK. We never know.
I don't know. I'd like to know. I thought he lived at Steptoe the whole time ever since the shit came out last January. I think it is when it came out. Or no, this article was... I think the other article is the article that we read when it came out, the one that you sent, the second one. And I just when you say you live 1,200 feet, hello, 1,200 feet is Steptoe. It's not anywhere else. So that is weird that, and even on Facebook, it says Moscow.
Yeah. Every address I could find for, EG for Eric Gower is Moscow. I've not found anything that says Pullman. So what door? Like, did he have an office close? Like, what door are you talking about? Because I don't see where you were neighbors. So where'd that 1,200 feet BS come from?
Right. We need to figure that out, because this whole time, because he said his wife was even nervous because and that's when he started looking at all the white cars in the parking lot.
Right.
And that's what got him to BK's cars, because he didn't feel like they were in danger, but his wife was nervous, and that's why he started looking around and reporting vehicles to the tip line. So
right. And so
it's not an apartment building where you park. If you live there and you're parked back there, it's not a parking lot that you just happen to drive by and look over to the right and you see a white car. It's not that. I've been there. You go way back and it's on a hill.
So were you at BK's?
Yeah.
Old apartment. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So then you'd know 1,200 feet. That's not very far.
No.
Okay. So if you're going to lie about that, hello. Why?
Look, you can see here. I'll show you a video.
CJ, you have to wonder, if you are going to lie in an interview and say, I was 1,200 feet away. He was 1,200 feet away from my door. I was checking out all the white Elantras. Did you have a beef with him, and that's why you're saying this?
Well, that could be true.
This is me backing out right here. Look, where's 1,200 feet is one of these fucking buildings. Watch. This is his apartment to the left, straight ahead. And then you're talking 12. There's nothing to the left. It's all downhill and back over to the upper left. 1,200 feet is another building. H.
Yeah.
Or if you want to say 1,200 feet, hell, where... It's got to be H if it's 1,200 feet.
So he was a PhD in at the University of Idaho or Washington State University?
Idaho.
Mm-hmm.
Works for the University of Idaho.
So why would he be living in apartments that are close to Washington State University?
Yeah.
Maybe it's cheaper. Maybe there's more availability in Washington State because Idaho, the University of Idaho, and the neighborhoods are all fucking jacked up and cramped up.
But
Because
you got
over
a
in
new
Pullman,
baby?
you got plenty of room.
Okay, your wife works, you've got a PhD. I'm assuming you're making decent money. You've got a baby either there or on the way, and you're living in an apartment with all these other people. That baby's going to be crying. Nobody wants to be living in an apartment with a baby. And then why are you so far? I mean, I know it's not that far, but yeah, why are you out here? I mean, but yet you don't have an address that shows up anywhere that
Or
says
football
Pullman.
Hmm.
Well, shit, then they're probably apartments to the left. I mean, 1,200 feet. 4 football fields is 1,200 feet?
No, is it?
I don't think so.
Sent me an email that tells about the education. Oh, okay. I know, there's emails I didn't even get to yet. Hold on.
But now, also, if you're 1,200 feet and it's not that far, it took you all this time to find that white Elantra and tip it in. If you're looking for a white Elantra, how does it take you more than a day to find one so close to you?
Well, what I heard, it was the Washington State University police that called in the white Elantra because they saw it in the parking lot.
Yeah, but he says in one of these, in this next article or interview that he did with Law and Crime, he says he saw a white Elantra. I don't know. I can't remember if he said he was out walking the dog. I don't know, something. And he saw it, but he said he tipped in a lot of white Elantras. But then, he saw that one because he was out there. Yeah, he was looking, and it was right, almost at his door, 1,200 feet. So,
wow.
How did you not see it 1,200 feet? Like, why didn't you see it right away? Why did the police have to do it?
And like I said, you're not, when you watch me back out or leave here, it's elevated. Watch how when I go to this street, you see the vehicle tilt downward. You're not driving a car by here and going, oh, there's a white car off to the right, and you're in the very furthest part back. Like, this is the end of the parking lot for this building here, and then you're not. You see me dip. You're not driving by and going, oh gosh, you're not, unless you literally pulled in this parking lot on purpose. You're not driving by seeing it. How far it is, how far back it is. And then the elevation when you get to the actual road up here. It's all going slightly downhill right here already. You can see the hill after this right here. You see how it drops down. You see the street lights? See the hill blocks the freaking drive-by. It just doesn't... You're not driving by. That's why I'm saying the tip, the WSU had to have the tip in order to go up there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Not driving by to see it.
And here's the thing. Now, this is all hypothetically, but let's say, did you know Brian? Like Yolie said, did you dislike him? Did y'all have a fight? Did you have a beef with him? Or are you guilty and you're looking around for somebody who looks kind of creepy, who might look, like he'd fit the description, and you're like, oh, you know what? This guy is kind of weird. He looks like a good person, but he drives a white Elantra. Cool.
No, he's somebody that's not from there. Because I'm going to pause this real quick. You see where he's from. He's from, what was it? Something with a K, Idaho. Koberger's from PA. He's a freaking outsider.
Right. Right. But I'm
Who's the
wondering
easiest
if,
one to blame it on? Somebody that has no connections to anybody around the area to say, yeah, Koberger's a good guy. Yeah, I went to
yeah,
school with Koberger, right? In 5th grade. Yeah, I've known him forever. My best friend lives here. Nobody knows him.
right. And he's an easy guy to blame something on, especially if you're guilty and you don't want any suspicion on you and you're the last person to see the girls. Better throw that off on somebody. Hypothetically.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. There's some different. Yeah, the same for the wife. The wife and him both are listed in Moscow, Idaho, as an address.
So why lie about something like that, CJ? Why would you even say that if it's not true?
So your information's more credible? Like, because really...
So all the other lies are more credible?
Well, I mean, think about it. Yeah, I live 1,200 feet from him. It's just like, think about this. It's just like when I talk shit about how LE states that the recording that picked up the sounds from 1112 is less than 50 feet away, but really it's 65 to 70. It makes it more believable. Why wouldn't you just say 65 to 70 feet, right?
Yeah.
Because if you map it out, it's 65 to 70 feet, but when you read less than 50, it takes on a new meaning. So doesn't it take on a new meaning if you say, when it comes to the tip of the car, I live 1,200 feet from him instead of living in Moscow, the next town over. The difference in the impact of the statement.
Right.
And yes, that would be LE's job to then verify, okay, where do you live 1,200 feet? And maybe they just didn't give a fuck because it sounded good.
I mean, again, that's where you go to statement analysis and the embellishing, details that you're throwing in there. They're not even true. If that is, okay, if nobody has an address for him, all the police had to do was vet that one statement. And then say, holy crap, he's lying his butt off. What else is he lying about?
Right, and there you go. And then you add it on to the plate of him being the last one to see him alive and him having an emotional connection. You just add that on to the plate of suspicion, and then as LE, you just keep digging in harder.
I mean, right now, outside of the 20 skin cells, I mean, not saying that he's guilty, but we've built a better case against the driver in these couple of hours than they've got against Brian Koberger in a year.
Yeah, because we can put him at the scene of the crime.
And we can do an emotional attachment.
Yeah.
And a lie.
I'm glad we went through those key interviews the last few nights because, man, it said a lot of stuff that I didn't catch before, probably because I was just tired in Moscow. It was one of my last nights there. I was pooped from running around all the time. And man, but there was some things it was just like, oh my gosh, I don't remember that. Oh, typically unique. Hold on 1 second. Let me give you a contribution call out. I want to say thank you, typically unique. Is it going to show it? There we go. Typically unique for the $1.99 super chat. The discussion is fire. Thank you. And I want to say thank you to Yolie and Silky for hanging out with me and joining us tonight to have this conversation. If you guys are available tomorrow night, I'm going to be talking more about all the stuff that we've...
I'm working tomorrow. I hate it. I'm working the next 2 nights till it's late. I get home about 9 o'clock or so. Looking like something the cat dragged in.
We'll be on. So if you feel like it, hop on. We'll be on tomorrow night at 9. We'll probably be halfway through the show around that point. Too much poetic license in some of these statements. Can't wait till we get to the actual facts. Yeah, let's get back to some more of this article here. Let me see here. It says he was So he said, swiftly eliminated from inquiries, having provided officers with a wealth of digital data and the timed receipt from the Taco Bell to which he went after dropping the girls back home. Why? What? Wait a minute. But you were so worried to get out of there, but you're going to go swing by Taco Bell?
Yeah. Now, I'll just say I saw this on another I saw this on another channel, so I have not vetted it myself. Okay. But I watched somebody pull up the hours for the Taco Bell in Moscow, and it says that they close at 3 a.m., not 4 a.m., because somewhere else it says that he had a receipt for 4 a.m. Still, you're not that far, but if they closed at 3, that still leaves a time gap.
Well, if you're dropping off, okay, think about it like this, right? He dropped him off at 1:50, 1:56, 1:58. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
It's not even 2 o'clock yet.
Right.
And you're going to have more people calling because the bars are just closing.
Mm-hmm.
You got more people to pick up. And you're picking it up a couple minutes, or you're dropping off a couple minutes before the bars close, so you know you got a couple minutes to get by the bars because you're probably going to be requested for another ride. And you're worried about going to Taco Bell so you can get a timestamp on a receipt.
Right, exactly. That's the only reason to go to Taco Bell. I mean,
if you were just going to get something to eat after you drop the girls off and they don't close for an hour or two, well then what's the fucking rush, buddy? Why do you need to drop them off real quick? To go get something to eat at Taco Bell, to get a timed receipt, and then you're going to have a bunch of more people coming to ask you to come pick them up? I don't know. Something.
I tell you, there's something.
Something don't make any sense with this shit.
Yeah. That's what I thought.
It's... Oh, man. I don't know.
Something.
But I think the fact that there's so many different avenues to go to find, to look at, that may have made, Ellie made them feel overwhelmed, and then they have the university on their ass about.
They have somebody right in their hands. They don't even have to search anybody. You got a suspicious dude right in your lap.
But it's because he works at the university.
Yeah, I know that. That's why I was saying there's influence. But what I'm saying from an LE perspective, you got this dude right in your lap. What is so? Why would the LE feel like they were overwhelmed? You know what I mean? You got the dude right in your lap.
You got the fraternity fight. You got the relationship that was, breaking up. You got, the incel that may have lived there. So there's a lot of issues, so how did they come to the conclusion that it was somebody from the Washington State University that drove there 12 times, possibly drove there 12 times, and they're saying that that's a stalker? No, I don't get it. I mean, I'm sure the LE looked at everything. I mean, but this good driver guy, I mean, like, you're right. I mean, like, you see this driver guy, it's like, wait a second.
They shouldn't be overwhelmed. They shouldn't be overwhelmed at all. You don't have to do shit. The dude's right in your lap. You don't even have to do a search. The dude's right there.
He's the last person
to you. He's talking to you. He's the last person. He's got an emotional connection. He didn't watch him go walk in, but he was in such a rush not to watch him walk in or to pull in, and he thought he was going to get robbed, but then he says it's relatively a safe area and there's nothing to worry about. But then you're going to go get a Taco Bell timestamp before 2 minutes before the fucking bar closes? Are you out of your damn mind? That's your busiest fucking time. If I'm a private driver and my goal is to get the students. Some of them I've had to take to get their stomachs pumped. If your goal is to take these students home, I'm sorry. At any, like, you want to go to fucking McDonald's at noon? Go ahead. You're going to be waiting behind 10 cars, just like you'd be waiting for 10 people to get picked up when the bars close. So you're going to be there early. You're not going to be, unless you're dropping somebody off.
Yeah.
You're going to be there early because everybody's coming out of the bar. That's your busy time. That's like your lunch. That's your lunch hour. That's your busy time. That's the time you need to be not watching people walk in and, because you need to hurry up, drop this person off, hurry up, go back to the bar, parking lot, go pick them up. That's your busy time. And you're worried about getting a Taco Bell receipt so you can show.
Yeah.
I
And
went
who
to
keeps
Taco
their
Bell.
receipts?
The
Do you
person
keep
that-
the receipts?
Person that probably, well, I have to because it's business expense. But
That's what I was going to say.
yeah, it's
I
a
do
business
because-
expense. Every time you eat is a business expense. But
But if
So
you're
the-
just off driving, it's not a business expense.
sure it is.
If you're driving for free.
Well, wait a minute.
No, I'm not talking about you, CJ. I'm talking about the driver.
Oh,
What do you have?
yeah, I mean it is in a way because you have maintenance. I'm sure you got to cover. I mean, I'm sure they got to have some kind of. There's got to be I'm sorry, you're not putting miles and wear and tear on your vehicle. Maybe before you had a baby coming, maybe before you had a wife, but not when you got a wife and not when you've got a baby coming. You're trying to save your money for fucking formula and shit. That's like formula alone is
Right.
crazy.
But supposedly he wasn't compensated for this. This was out of the goodness of his heart.
Now there's got to be some kind of compensation, people. There's got to be, because if you're doing this, then it's like BTK working for the damn church, yo.
Mm-hmm.
It's like BTK working for the church. If you're not being compensated, give me a break. You got a baby coming. And
But
you're gonna put wear and tear and waste money on your own mileage. Yeah, oil changes, tires, all this other shit that comes quicker because you're out there driving people home for free. No, I don't think so. There's a kickback. There's something. You're getting something, and if you ain't getting nothing, that's even more.
Well, that's the thing. If he was a volunteer, why would he volunteer like that?
Dude, there's
Yeah.
plenty of people there that can volunteer. And I'm sure they have, it's a university program for these private rides to get these students home.
Mhm.
It's a university thing. Why wouldn't the university, like Silky, you're allergic to alcohol.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you think if you were in the university and you wanted to do something and maybe it got you some kind of something from the university for doing it out of your own time for volunteer work because you're allergic to alcohol, that would probably be an opportunity for you to do something good and be like, hey, I want to make sure that people that are out drinking are getting home. I can't
I
drink.
mean, but I don't know.
You would
if-
get university people, not 29-year-olds with a baby.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. And I'm also not sure that you can compensate somebody unless I don't know. I don't know what the details of that were, but if you're not getting paid to do it, then I wouldn't think you'd get comped for your other stuff.
Even if it's gift cards, you gotta. There's got to be something. Because you're telling me that you're gonna do some shit that a door dasher would, and you're not gonna get compensated for it.
Well, you get to look at pretty intoxicated college girls.
And you got a baby coming, and you got to worry about baby clothes and baby food and all of the stuff. I mean, like that's.
See, none of it makes sense to me because he said he's afraid of getting robbed, but you're going to put yourself in danger potentially leaving your wife and baby or leaving her a widow. Like, see, none of it makes any sense, CJ. It's just, it sounds like crap to me.
Yeah, that's why I just go to that influence of the university. Yeah, this is a guy. What's up, Shonda? And Casey, what's up? Yeah, this is a guy that, works for the university, and we can't dare have somebody that works for the university be connected to this crime at all, because then our enrollment's gone and our university is going to fall apart, and then the funding for the city goes away, and next thing you know, we're just some little ass fucking ghost town.
Right. Yeah, the more you look into it, the sketchier it gets.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's too many sketchy things.
He said in the weeks since the crime he has watched, he said, with dismay, as police have shared little information and the families of the victims have grown increasingly impatient. Maybe because you didn't go talk to him right away. He said, I took about a week off driving when I stepped back from it all, but you didn't call the LE right away. Those kids deserve justice and they're not getting it. It feels to this community like the police aren't even trying.
Yeah, let's put that off on somebody else.
Which is 100% related to how they aren't communicating with the community. People are scared. Most of us have very little faith in the MPD. We can't tell if we are watching qualified investigators who have a handle of the situation, or if they are completely at a loss and grasping for straws. I would say the latter. Moscow police have go ahead.
Now remember, he's saying all this about the MPD, but his wife works there. Really?
Yeah, that's interesting too. Maybe he's just reiterating what she's saying to him in the bedroom. Man, they have no fucking idea what, because they had to be feeling the same shit, because you don't, like, not everybody is going to know everything, because they're going to be afraid of leaks. So
yeah,
they're probably telling some of the people that are just the faculty, and they just work in the office. They're probably just telling them, yeah, we got all this information, but they're not even saying anything to them, like they're not saying anything to the community. And I wouldn't be surprised if it was his wife saying, I can't tell if I'm watching qualified investigators or if they're just completely at a loss, babe. I bet she was saying that shit to him, and he's just reiterating what she said to him.
Maybe.
Because she would have the front row seat to it. And they're not telling a secretary or somebody that works for dispatch what the hell's going on, because they might say something.
I mean, it's possible. It depends on what the culture was like. I mean, where I work, we're pretty much all a team. You're believing the best about. I mean, I'm just saying we don't talk like that. But it depends. If it was a culture where it could have been a bad culture.
Look at how secretive they are right now. When this is when they're as secretive is when the day they arrest him and they won't tell the reporter what the connection was that gave him the tip to arrest BK. That's secretive. Yeah. And if you're going to be that secretive with the community, you're going to be that secretive with your own lower level people, because you don't think that they're going to be experienced enough to handle this kind of sensitive information. And you definitely don't want it getting out there, because if you wanted anything getting out there, you would have said something to the community instead of a whole bunch of nothing for fucking 2 months.
That's true. That is true.
This is where I'm coming from and how I look at it. I could see them looking at somebody that's answering phones and doing dispatch, like they're not qualified to know this information. If they're keeping it that close to the vest, they're keeping it that close to the vest, and I wouldn't be surprised if it was just people that were there that know what the hell was going on. And anytime anybody else wants to ask a question, it's the same thing that they tell the community. Hey, we're trying to gather all the evidence, and we're trying to go through, and I just want to assure you, there's nothing. Look, you don't have nothing to worry about. We got it handled. We got plenty of DNA. We got plenty of evidence. We got plenty of stuff. We'll get the person. There's nothing to worry about. But we can't. I just can't tell you anything right now. Just like the community. And the wife was coming home. Sorry.
CJ, Poochie, can you see Poochie's comment?
Let me see here. This one. The driver drives a white 2-seat truck. Oh, does it look like President Green's? Oh, wait, that one wasn't going by the girls, though. That one was what passed by the girls and Jack walking to the Grub Truck. Please see this. So the driver that has the cab, the 2-seat truck, but it's got the cab in the back, so it has 2 side windows. Is that the one we're talking about? Because
I don't know.
If it's President Green's truck with 1 window, it's a Dodge Ram. Send me the picture. Hold on. Send it to me in one of these links. EvilCJ at Discord, EvilCJ at Twitter, or EvilCJ at gmail.com, and let me know which one you sent it to, because I don't get any notifications for any of them except for Discord.
Yeah, I'd be interested to know that too.
Yeah, I'd like to see that picture if you haven't, because I've looked at that other picture so damn much. I'd be able to tell if it's the right truck or not. That's how I was able to tell it wasn't Mr. Green's in like 0.5 seconds.
And I mean,
send it to me. I'll take a look at it.
To me, this driver is extremely sus. However, I still, and this is just me, I still question the ability of one person to have done this by themselves.
I used to be that way, but the more that I think about it, the more that I think about the incel at Queen Road, I think the incel at Queen Road could pull it off because there wasn't any activity that night, and because they were intoxicated and just falling asleep. So, Yolie, have you ever been intoxicated, like very intoxicated?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you?
I plead the fifth.
Have you came home early in the morning, intoxicated, went to sleep, and then somebody woke you up shortly after you fell asleep? No. Okay, Silky, I know you're allergic to it, but you said shit got wild. Did you ever get woke up after you just fell asleep after being drinking?
Yes.
Because I have. Okay.
Yes.
I have. And it wasn't a good way either. It was a bunch of bullshit. But but I know that when I got woke up just after falling asleep, being intoxicated, I'm going, and this is with screaming and shit being thrown at me. I'm going, what the fuck? I'm like trying to figure out, like, where's my focus here?
Yeah, I couldn't find my butt with both hands.
All right. And that's what I'm saying. That's why I don't necessarily feel that it would have been very hard for somebody that was already prepared and ready and was just waiting for that night that nothing was going on and went in there. And when you have people that just fell asleep and they're intoxicated, I look at how I got woke up from a horrible situation. I can see how then somebody was like, if it's 2 different rooms, the person's being sneaky and quiet, they go to one room, you think it would wake somebody up, but then again, people are intoxicated and they just fell asleep, and you're talking about the very heavy part of your sleep, and so it would be kind of hard maybe to wake up if you just hear a bunch of boom, 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 boom upstairs.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay.
That is true.
Now,
I probably wouldn't even hear it.
And plus, I'd take into consideration where Ethan was located and where the drips came from, and to me that tells me he was still asleep when the attack took place there. So I'm not really finding it hard to believe anymore that...
Yeah, I could say that.
that it wouldn't be that hard because of you're getting woke up, you're intoxicated, you're just going, what the hell's going on? It's something that you're not used to waking up to, and you're just trying to find your focus. And unfortunately, with a person that has that kind of weapon, by then it's probably too late.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, if they were at that stage of intoxication, yeah.
I mean, you saw it walking at the Grub Truck.
Yeah.
They were pretty wobbly.
But here's the thing, like if you look at it from a math standpoint of view, like math, like what's the common denominator here? Okay, what are the two things that connect each other? So you have a fraternity fight, possibly, and you have a relationship that was breaking up, and Jack was in JD was in a fraternity, right? I mean, a fraternity. Yeah, JD was in a fraternity, right?
Mm-hmm.
So could it be that these fraternity people had various motives for doing these things and just did it together?
Hey mods, is that the truck? Is that the truck? It is?
What do I look at?
Because whenever we watch the Grub Truck, right? I always said I said, look at the bar at the back behind the back window, and you can tell that it's raised up a little bit. You can tell it's raised up a little bit because, that's what I was explaining the whole time, because people were sending trucks, and I'm like, no, people, it's got to have this roll bar type thing on the back, because in the reflection, you can see how it's elevated higher. It's elevated higher than the top of the truck. Whoa. That has a fucking bar that's elevate, dude. I did not. Okay. When y'all were talking a fucking white truck, I was ready for it to just not even like, I'm ready. I was like, okay, where's this bar? Because that's the first thing I go to every time. Every time I get a picture, I go to the bar.
Now, whose truck is this that we're looking at?
Who do you think we're talking about?
Oh.
Yeah. Damn.
There's video of a truck.
Okay, but hold on though. But it does. Okay, here's the thing. It doesn't. When it comes to, he doesn't. This is what you guys have to understand. He doesn't have to be driving it because he wasn't driving the girls yet. Remember, whenever we're going through our Grub Truck and we hear that, dude, this is one of. Okay, this is creepy as shit. I would have to go back through my footage, and I hope I have it on footage, because I was at the A&W. No. It was before I got to the A&W. There was a group of 4 white trucks that kept fucking following me and driving by me and revving their fucking engines when I was leaving the vigil. I got to check my footage to see if I have the trucks that were doing that, because there was a point where I was like, okay, I should record some shit just in case something pops off, because the way that these people were driving by, these 4 trucks, they were all jacked up, and they were all fucking, they were all jacked up in big trucks, and they were all driving one behind one another, and they kept driving around, because I had to walk back a few blocks to get to my vehicle from the vigil. And I left a couple minutes early. I bolted before people started to leave because I didn't want to get caught in the traffic. And these people were already out driving around, which tells me they weren't even at the fucking vigil, because they were driving around. It would literally, right when the last person said the last word, I was walking, because I'm like, all right, I'm not going to get caught in traffic. bump into somebody, and then I'm fucking in Moscow and I got to wait for police and all this other shit, right? So in my mind, I'm like, okay, I'm going to leave when the person's done talking. I'm going to get to the vehicle and I'm going to take off and I'll be cool. That was the only time that I ever felt uncomfortable. It was after the vigil when that was happening. But they kept driving by as they each would drive by. And I'm just like, that third time they came by, I'm like, I need to start my camera because I wanted to make sure some shit did pop off. I had my camera with me. I'm gonna have to. We'll go into that tomorrow night. I'm gonna take this picture, and we're gonna look into some of it. That picture.
I'm gonna have to go in about 15-20 minutes, but let me throw this out here. Though this is something else that I heard this week. Eric Gower's dad lives in Indiana. Apparently his dad comes to visit him a lot. And, you kind of assume that, Eric would go up there. But interestingly enough, Eric's dad lives about an hour from Delphi. Isn't that weird?
Huh.
Yeah, that's it.
Indiana.
I heard that too.
One of the footage of them walking.
And did you see the picture of his dad?
I saw a Facebook post. No, if you have one, Yolie, I would love to see it.
Dude, this is the
if you've got one that is, you can see his face on Facebook. His face is dark. You can't see it.
This is the truck.
I'll see if I can find the one that I saw.
I would really, and the reason has nothing to do with Idaho, but I really would love to see that picture.
Yeah, I'll see if I can't even remember where I go. But if I find it, I will send it to you, Silky.
Okay, thank you.
Hold on a minute. Let me show you guys this. This is the truck.
Yes, exactly, Lynn T. Both crimes were on the 13th. That did not escape me. Yeah, there is a reason I'm asking.
Where's this other picture? 1 second. I'm trying to find them because I gotta send them to myself. Where in the hell? Hold on. I wish I didn't have to do this. Let's see. Here. Okay, it says it's there. Why am I not able to find it? Oh, there it is. Okay, so there's that. And let me include these other two. This is the truck. All right.
Yeah, Latitude. The Washington and Oregon, they both occurred in the middle of the night on the 13th. Yeah, there have been actually quite a few interesting crimes that have similar elements that were committed on the 13th of the month. Very interesting.
Okay, so here's this. Thank you, guys. All right, watch. Yeah, but this is AG. This is when you're looking at it. How can you tell that they're black rims? Look at how dark these ones are, and those are chrome. So you look at the rims on this truck, they're not exactly clean. And if it's driving, you're looking at this image, all we see is the front tire and I can't say for sure it has black rims on it.
I mean, it looks like it in the picture, but when you look at the one in the daylight, you can see how they go in Oh, no, it doesn't. When you get up close, it doesn't. Because in the daytime picture, they're dirty, and those rims kind of go in like a bowl. And so at night, it would catch the shadow.
Yeah. Because
See how they get, yeah. Are they the same shape, those holes?
I can't tell with this one. It's a hard image. I can tell that there's something in the middle of the tire, which tells me if I can see now. If I couldn't see anything, you see that dot, that highlight. It was and better. See how it's a lighter color right there?
Yeah. Yeah, see, it looks...
that rim's black. I can't. To me, it could be a shadow with a dirty silver rim that's moving and has shadows.
What does the back window look like in the daytime truck?
This one looks smaller.
It's raised the same way, though.
This is the only difference I see in this truck is this. But then
yeah,
because see how big that back window is to the front window, so it looks the same size. It's almost like this one doesn't have a door back there. That looks like a door handle.
Yeah.
I don't know. You can't tell with the front window.
Yeah, and also because it's movement and a camera, could it be skewed some?
Yeah.
You don't know.
The taillights are a little bit. Yeah, because it's moving. It's a truck that's moving, so it's going to be skewed a little bit. Yeah. I don't know. It's hard to see how big the front window is to compare it to the back one.
I need to say something to Lynn T.
Yeah.
I am, because we're actually talking about something else. I would love to know. I've been looking at a lot of stuff. Please, if you're on Discord, or if not, please email me at silkyandSouthern at Gmail. I would love to talk to you about that other situation.
Go ahead and type it in. Are you able to?
Yeah.
Type it in chat. Go ahead and.
Well, I got to put my glasses on, CJ. I can't see squat.
Silky and Southern.
Silky and, yeah. Oh, I'll do it.
Okay.
I didn't mean to interrupt.
No. It's grainy. It is hard to tell. It'd be nice to, man. And the video is so small too. It's so hard to. Yeah, it almost looks like it is just a two-door with a cab window. Yeah, we have the picture, Detective, right here. You can see the door handle right there. Yeah, there's a video, but it's so small. And it's not very good quality. That's why you're getting this kind of an image from it. We've seen the video when it came out, a year ago. We were watching it. It's just not that good quality. It's just not that good quality. I don't know. I can't say it's not a four-door. We'll just have to. We can get into it tomorrow night, and we'll get the exact truck.
It does look raised, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's raised. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's raised. Check X.
Very
that's what this is supposedly this is supposedly the truck. So just imagine those wheels moving. I mean, I don't know. I can't. It'd be nice to see the front window for sure and compare it to the window in the rear.
CJ, let me ask you this, because I'm just getting back into Idaho. Was there ever a white Prius that was potentially a car of
No.
interest? No, okay.
It was Sentra. It was Sentra at first, and then it was Hyundai Elantra after that. At first,
Okay.
it was a Sentra.
Because I remember somebody talking about a Prius, but I can't remember who, what, where, anything.
I think that was probably when people were. It's probably when people were like imposing vehicles on other, like the body.
Okay.
That's probably when when people were imposing other vehicles on the body cam, where you have the cars driving by. There was one, the body cam was Saeed, and it looks like there's a silver Elantra or something like that driving by, and there was people trying to impose all sorts of fucking vehicles on it, just like Linda Lane. I mean, you can pick 15 vehicles and put them all on the same thing and be like, ooh, that's it.
And I believe some of the law enforcement officers that were plain clothes, they may have had a Prius. I don't know. But
Okay.
I seem to recall that they said that the
officers that were driving the undercover?
Yeah, didn't they say they got
that was
hybrids?
Yeah, I thought that was like a Ford
hybrids.
Oh. Wasn't it a Ford Escort?
I just remember hybrids, and I thought of Prius, so I don't know. It could have been a Ford Escort.
Yeah, but Escorts aren't hybrids.
They said they got us under a hybrid or something. That because of the gas, and I thought it was a Prius, but I may be mistaken.
I don't think it's a Prius.
Undercover hybrid. I don't know, because that just FYI, a Prius comes up in the Intellius report.
Oh, maybe it was a Ford.
CEO of Hyundai said the BK car was a Prius.
The what?
Ford Fusion. That's what it is. I was saying Escort. No, it's a Fusion. That's what it was. Ford Fusion.
Oh, okay.
I was
CEO
thinking.
of Hyundai said, okay.
Yeah, Ford Fusion. Thank you. Yeah, it was a Ford. Yeah, to save on gas. Let's see here. It says Moscow police have pushed back at the suggestion the inexperienced officers, the lead investigator has only been a cop for 2 years, are hampering or have already botched the investigation. Probably more from his wife. Oh my gosh, we only got some guy that's got 2 years experience, Eric. No murder weapon has been recovered and no suspect's name, but police are still seeking the occupants of a white 2011 to 13 Hyundai Elantra with unknown license plates caught on CCTV in the area near the time. Then that's the infamous
the
Oregon one that went. Then it talks about how many people are involved. It mentions the $1 million emergency fund for the investigation. Let me see here. So they called the mail numerous times. The mail in the Grub Truck video, they called numerous times during the early hours of the morning. Anyone present at the house when 911 was called in, a 6th person named on the lease who had moved out of the house before the school year started and was not present. Defended the investigation during an appearance on News Nation Thursday. He said the investigations have been handled properly. We secured the scene quickly. We called in the state police. We did our due diligence in getting the things that we needed to do to have this be a solid case all the way through.
That didn't age well.
Yeah. It's like it's like a coach telling his players, if you push hard enough, you can do it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Some of them can't. Okay. We called in the state lab to collect evidence, and I believe it was the initial stuff that we started and how we did things that will help bring this to a conclusion. Fry said, I think there's some misconception out there with how we operate here in Moscow. I don't think so, Mr. Fry. That's why we got a t-shirt coming. He called, I can't wait. The ladies can even have a sparkly vinyl tie for their, because if the ladies, they want like a pink sparkly Fry tie, we'll get them a pink sparkly Fry tie. We called in AT in the past. We've called in the FBI in the past on many of these big cases because they have resources that we don't. What big cases are you talking about, bro? Oh, the one where the university professor unalived a student? Maybe. And we want to have the best investigators there. We've always done these, yada, 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 yada. More stuff from Ellie. Okay.
I'm not sure they're capable of that. Oof.
No. Not when you don't even know who showed up or how many people were out front when you showed up. You still don't know. That's a problem.
Yeah.
And what's this lawn crime link here?
That's where this is where he talks about again, he's exceptionally glad.
Oh, the 1,200 feet.
Yeah. And it talks about, I don't know, we've talked a lot about what was in this article.
That's
talking
fine.
about, but in here he talks about his wife being, okay, he just said he was afraid, the whole community is afraid, people are scared. In this article, somewhere he talks about his wife being scared, and basically he was telling her there's nothing to worry about. So you're afraid to pull in the parking lot because you might get robbed, but you're telling your wife after a quadruple, unaliving that there's nothing to worry about. It's what it is just showing contradictions in what he's saying.
Yeah, because I know he was saying, when we went into it, I know he was saying his wife was the one that was scared and he was fine. He thought that they were safe and his wife was the one that was concerned, and that's what led him to collect tips. So let me see here. It says he lived 1,200 feet. Here's a link to this too if you want it. Let me drop that in chat. There's that one. All right, and it says he lived 1,200 feet from my door. Driver who brought Idaho victims home the night they were unalived is exceptionally glad about suspect's arrest. The private driver who dropped off Kaylee Gonzalez and Maddie Bogan off at their home near the University of Idaho campus just hours before they were unalived in the early morning of November 13th is exceptionally glad an arrest has been made and tells Law and Crime that he actually saw the white Hyundai Elantra police were looking for last month.
See, he is inserting himself in the investigation as you read through here, how much he tipped off police, I don't know. It's just sus. It just adds more to the sus cake. More ingredients.
Sounds good. My favorite used to be angel food cake, but I think it's sus cake now. That sounds good. It's like, ooh, what's in the middle? It's like the chocolate. You don't know what's in the middle of it. It's a sus cake. What is it? What do we got?
Yeah.
Watch. People are gonna fucking make sus cakes now that there's a surprise inside. Yeah.
We should start that trend.
Yeah, you can put crime scene tape all over the cake. And you don't know what's inside. Is it banana? Is it chocolate? Is it strawberry?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's sus.
awesome. Yeah, that sounds awesome, don't it? Damn.
Yeah.
I need to open up a bakery too. We need to make sus cakes. You know, instead of cupcakes, it's sus cakes.
Yeah, Katrina, like a gender reveal. Only it's like,
Yeah.
oh, they should do that before they arrest somebody. They should just cut it open and say, okay, we've
You know
arrested
what?
someone. Let's
Silky?
open the sus cake, and out pops a name.
You know what? You know what, Silky?
What?
Let's for your first when we get together for some business. Your first T-shirt should be "Have a slice of sus cake, Silky Southern Tea." You know, that's you. That's your shirt. That's your shirt. I'm not taking credit for it. That's your shirt. You get that Silky Southern Tea. Have a slice of sus cake. Yeah, yeah, that's
good,
awesome.
CJ. That's
Yeah.
good.
Be your first T-shirt from Silky Southern Tea. The 19-page document contains chilling details about Kernodle's death, including a surviving roommate who told investigators that she heard crying coming from Kernodle's bedroom, and a man saying something to the effect of, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." News of the arrest broke last Friday after nearly 7 weeks of investigation. I was surprised but exceptionally glad that some form of resolution is coming, the private driver said. I feel exceptionally bad for those parents in our community. He was somewhat stunned to learn that Koberger, who maintains he did not commit the crime, lived near him in Pullman. He lived 1,200 feet from... Oh, go ahead.
He, just semantics again. Exceptionally. He used that word 2 times. Exceptionally glad. Exceptionally. Semantics. Statement analysis.
It's a sus cake.
It's a sus cake. Yes, it is.
That's right. Yeah, instead of T and A, you got T and S with Silky.
T and sus.
Yeah, you got T and S with Silky. The driver. Hey, we're keeping it. We're keeping it cool. The driver spends much of his day shuttling people around town. So after the unalivings, he kept an eye out for the white.
With the PhD, he spends his day shuttling people around.
Yeah.
Yes.
God, that's going to be me, a lawyer that's doing Uber because the courts can't get their shit together. I mean, I don't understand. What the hell?
Mm-hmm.
He has a PhD.
For the good of the community.
What is this world coming to? I mean, for God's sake.
Oh, I'm telling you, it's going to be a thing now.
Look, I love that keeping it sus, too. That's going to be a second shirt. Keeping it sus.
Just write it down on a piece of paper, Silky. Trust me, we're going to be pumping out. We're going to be pumping out.
Oh my God.
Because you know what? I'm tired. Like the whole time that I've had the show and I've had a merch store, the whole time I've never really ever promoted it because I'm tired of how much they want to take, and it does. And it's not support. It really isn't support.
No, it's not.
And so
we don't
I'm
make
so
money.
excited. I'm so excited to be able to do this, not only for us, but for you and anybody else that wants to be able to, because this is about community. This is not about this middleman bullshit. This is about community. And so it really should go to support the community. And that's one of the reasons why I wanted to make sure that it was one of the things that's part of the show and of the community. Tea and sus crumpets. Oh my God. Look at this. Sus cakes BOGO.
Green's $1 billion sus cakes BOGO.
Oh shit. Yeah. Silky, can you bake?
Can bake, yeah.
There you go, people. Get a Facebook store. Start putting cupcakes on there because you can ship cupcakes.
Yeah, there you go.
They
Fresh
stay
back
good.
sus
Yeah,
cakes.
they stay good for a few days. Yeah, frozen sus cakes available by mail order. Silky, for real. This is no lie. And don't tell people what's in the don't tell them.
It's a surprise.
Yeah, if you're allergic to this, don't get this bundle. If you're allergic to this, don't get this bundle. You got to make sure you cover the allergies. But hey, if you're allergic to peanut butter, You don't want this one. Okay.
Oh, and then, I could cook with some rum or something and have drunken sus
Don't tell
cakes.
nobody. Don't tell nobody. Keep it sus. Keep it sus.
Oh my God. Y'all are so funny in the comments.
Don't tell nobody. Don't tell nobody. Yeah, keep it sus. Sus cakes. You don't want them to know shit. How did he know? How did he know about Ethan? How did he know about the Elantra before it was released December 7th? Good question, right? Because it came in November 29th, did it not? They were looking for
Yeah, I
a
think.
Sentra. They were looking for a white or light colored vehicle, and they first came out with a 2019 to 2023 Nissan Sentra. And yes, 23s come out in 22 for those who want to. You said 23. It happened in 22. Yeah, cars are a year ahead, people. I just got to cover that because you never know. And you got 5 comments. That's a 23. That's after.
Get them while they're hot.
Good question. I'm telling you, sus cakes.
Spicy sus cakes.
You don't tell nobody. Yeah, don't even tell them if it's spicy or sour or nothing. Nothing. They just have to take the crime. They just have to take the crime tape, plastic off around it, and then once they get that crime tape off, they get to bite into the evidence. Find out what it is. Oh shit, this is banana. Oh sweet. I was in the mood for strawberry, but hey, I like it.
I'll have to do some Delphi sus cakes, and it'll be full of nuts on the inside.
We can't
Nut
send
balls.
him any. He's gonna be on that search for the knife for probably quite a long time. So
Don't leave any crumbs behind you, or you could become sus.
yeah, that's why I said you gotta have.
Clean up your shit.
If you're allergic to peanut butter, don't get this one. If you're allergic,
Clean it up.
One. Yeah, you gotta make like a 6-pack or something. That way you can tell people, okay, these flavors are in it, but then you don't tell them which ones.
Yeah.
The flavors, it's all the same cupcake. It just has different flavors in it, and then you can have the flavors on the packaging, so then people do know.
So I thought it was Washington State University police officers that first identified the car in the parking lot. I didn't know. I mean, that's what I remember. And I remember it was Officer Tenado or Tenado or...
It was Washington first and then Moscow.
Okay, so how is this driver saying he spotted it? He was the first to spot it.
How does it come up with different registrations when it's only 30 minutes apart?
Yeah.
The first one says Washington and Moscow 30 minutes later says, or the first one says PA, and then Moscow pulls it up and it says Washington.
That was in the Idaho4 revealed video.
No, that's something we talked about before that video even came out.
Well, I saw it. Maybe I wasn't around at that time, but I saw it in the Idaho4 revealed.
No, I've had the show for, yeah.
No, maybe I wasn't in that show that you had that talked about it.
Yeah, it would have been like a year ago. It was before you were.
Yeah, before me. So the first time I saw it was with the Idaho4 revealed, I think.
Okay.
But yeah.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, and look at this is where he says he lives 1,200 feet from my door. I spent 6 weeks trying to convince my wife there was not a threat, and I was wrong. But yet, again, you were scared.
Right. That's what. Yeah.
You got to keep your lies straight.
Saying his wife was the one that was nervous, and he was fine.
Yeah.
It was his wife's suspicion and nervousness that even led to him trying to collect the tips. I think is that what it says when it gets into this? But yeah, I mean, he brings up a good point, though. Oh, it says that he called the tip line on December 7th. Wait, no. Oh, this is the article right here. It states, I thought it was too new. He said of the car Since Moscow police had asked public information, however, he wrote down the car's one. Submitted it 13 or 14 Hyundai Elantras he had spotted sometime around December 10th. So December 10th is when he called in that tip. So he talked to him first. Then his wife, according to this article, his wife was nervous. So then he called the tip in. So between December 7th, so what it's saying is between December 7th and December 10th is when he collected 13 or 14 Hyundai Elantra tags that he had spotted, and then he called the tip line around the 10th. So when the vehicle description came out on the 7th, that his wife was already, according to this article, his wife was already bugging him. So then when the tip came out about the Hyundai Elantra, then he's claiming that because he drives around all the time, that he wrote down all the tags that he spotted being a Hyundai Elantra. There was only 14.
No, there's 22,000.
I saw way more than 14 when I was there. For real. I did. Like, there was
so many.
Yeah, like when you're going through my footage, and I want to say thank you to Swamp. I'm sorry.
Chick.
Is that Swamp Chick? No, it's this channel that shouted me out last. Swamp Rose.
Oh,
Swamp Rose.
Jesus.
Swamp no, I wanted to.
Swamp Rose.
You're high on sus cakes, Yolie.
There's a swamp chick that's in the chat.
Swamp Rose and chick.
Where you got confused, but no, this is Swamp Rose. She actually she gave a shout out about the community. She said of my footage of Moscow and the PCA and everything is the best out there on YouTube, and I just want to say thank you to her for that, because I take pride in making sure that things are said a certain way, and even like just me like putting aside my fear of flying just to go out there, like there's a lot that goes into this kind of work when you're doing stuff like this, and I just want to say thank you to her real quick. If you're not sub to her, please go sub. I just want to say, she didn't even have to say it, and I just want to say thank you, because it means a lot when people say kind words like that, because you got a lot of people that'll sit there and just be negative Nancy's and shit all the time.
I'm gonna have to check her out.
But yes, Swamp Rose, yeah, definitely go hit the sub. She was actually discussing one of the highlight videos that I put up, the one about the 1126 possibly having a camera. But yeah, it was just, people don't have to even say that stuff, and they did. So I just want to say shout out to them and thank you to them again for doing that. It is. You should have, like with when we went through the PCA, you saw the shit ass maps. You saw the weird ass directions and the rushed directions. And then I'm trying to, for, anybody that was talking to me while I was trying to put that PCA together for I was trying to have it down to the left turns and the right turns on this road. I was trying to visualize each spot because I wanted to make sure that I got the footage the right way, and it was a fucking mess trying to come up with the damn route, because you're literally checking every single address because you don't even know if it's written down properly or not, or so there's a lot of work that goes into it. So I just wanted to say thank you to them.
I'm gonna have to go, CJ, because I gotta work in the morning, unfortunately.
Oh, you're good. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you. And yeah, we're gonna get together soon for one of those Long Island SK shows too.
Yes, absolutely. So let everybody on my channel who might be linked through mine. They're going on, and there's a lot of good information still to come. So I'm gonna quit my stream, or else I'll forget. I don't know what I'll be streaming at 3 a.m.
Oh, it's all good. We're gonna be going but a few more minutes. It's almost the 4-hour mark, and we'll be back tomorrow covering a lot more stuff too.
All right. Good to see you, Yolie. And thank you, CJ.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
All right. Bye, y'all. And join CJ.
Thank you, Silky. Appreciate you. Did I look at what?
She sent you something.
Where at? Let me see. Finally found this truck, and do you have it already? I got the Grub Truck, but where'd you send it? I only get a notification if it's on Discord. What's up, John? I don't know. He lives in Moscow, Shonda. Like, this is what we're trying to understand, Shonda. He supposedly lives 1,200 feet away, but any address that's listed for him or his wife is going back to Moscow. They're not even from Washington. They're from Idaho. So that's what doesn't make sense. I'd like to know, where's this address that was 1,200 feet? Because if there's just a bunch of apartment buildings around there. Like when we go back to here, you see them when I pull out. Everything's off to the right and down, and this is the top of a hill going forward to the right. That's where it slopes down. So all these buildings here, then you go to the next section, which is a lower part of the ground, and that's another set, which has another different parking lot. So I'm wondering, like, what's the damn address that you're 1,200 feet away? Are you talking the parking lot that's on the other side, that's down the hill? Because watch, when we're going this way, I don't turn there because it's not part of the PCA, but you know what? I do have another, I'd have to look for it. I do have footage where I pulled into there because I was driving around, and one time I came back and I accidentally pulled into that parking lot instead of this one because I was coming back to get more footage of the apartment, and I accidentally went to the wrong parking lot, had to turn around and come back up here. Like, I know I have that on footage of what the parking lot looks like, but we can get that on Google Street. Hold on, let me pull that up. All right, I got to get familiar. Which road was it? This one comes around. No. Okay, here it is. So this road comes right here. Then this is the parking lot. Okay. So this, let me see. And then down here, this is the other parking lot right here that I was talking about. So you're exiting out of the parking lot. You're coming down here. And then you can also turn left up into here. And those are also step-toe apartments as well. Because they all have the they all have the different letters on them all over, you know, the G's and the A's and the B's and the S's. This is like a H or an I think. Right here is like a H or an I. And then you got your G over here. 1,200 feet. So 4 football fields. That's gotta be a 4 football field distance. Oh, it's not sharing it? Hold on. This has got to be a 4 football field distance in this square right here. Hold on, I got to move. Let's see, let's go like right there. That's got to be a 4 football field distance. But it's still not Moscow. Like, this is all 1,200 feet. Okay, hold on a minute. Let me do this. Let's see. Steptoe. Apartment building. Okay, so we're going to go. All right, we're going to go with this. We're going to figure out what fucking 1,200 feet is. 680. So that's probably, oh, that's too much. 680. So we're going to go here. Probably here. 1,300. Okay, so we'll do it again. So we'll go here. Probably about here. 1,271. I'm just a rough. That's your football. That's your 1,200 feet. To my email. Sorry, I'm just getting back to see chat. Hold on. It says I can't preview the file. Here, I'll show you. Can't preview the file. There's a problem playing the video. I'm not sure what it is. This is, that's your 1,200 feet around the property. That's more than 1,200 feet. Shit, that's generous. Let me get a better representation. Probably right there is your 1,200 without the one on the outside. That's your 1,200 feet. So I don't know. You know, you're that far from fucking Moscow. So where did you stay? Where did you stay? That's 1,200 feet away. I would like to know that for tomorrow night. Because that ain't nowhere close to Moscow. You're going way back here? I don't know. Let's figure it out. It doesn't make sense to me. 1,200 feet. I don't know. Something. 1,200 feet. It don't make any sense. And that's just not, you just don't drive by. You don't just drive, unless you're dropping people, and maybe he was dropping people off or something, and that's where he would have noticed it as a neighbor. I don't know. How is it 1,200 feet? I don't know. Like maybe he stayed at Steptoe. I'm looking at it. I mean, you don't have to. I mean, you don't have to This is Steptoe. Okay, I'll make a little inside circle of Steptoe here. Like that's Steptoe, okay? So the inside is Steptoe Apartments. The outside is the 1,200 feet range. I don't know. You don't have to necessarily be living at Steptoe, but how are you 1,200 feet away? Even if you were, okay, even if it was a fib, right? Even if it was like you saying you live 1,200 feet away, but really you live like 4,000 feet away. You know, just say you're fibbing 4,000, but you say 1,200. Still, 4,000. You're probably about right here. You're still in fucking Pullman. You're not even. You know, you're not even like. You're not even out of Pullman. Even if you were 4,000 feet away, fibbing and saying you were only 1,200. And then you got Steptoe, which you're saying it's a neighbor. Okay, well, maybe you lived at Steptoe, but then, no, that 1,200 feet goes way beyond.
CJ, so the statements that were made in the article that we were showing, AG is saying that those statements were made by the DoorDash driver, not the private driver. So maybe there was a mistake? Or was it?
No, it's not. It says right here, driver who brought the girls home.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
He's talking about his wife. Who says what?
Oh, no. There was a comment about the article.
No,
but I see
both
it
of
here.
these articles have to do. Yeah, both of these articles have to do with the person that brought him home.
Okay.
Who thought we were what?
No, there was a comment that the okay, there was a comment.
I can't see chat when we're
That's okay.
When I'm doing all that.
It's okay. There was a comment by AG that said that he confirmed that the person who said, quote unquote, he lived 1,200 feet from my door was a DoorDash driver, not the private driver. But this article does say,
yeah, private
driver who.
Did I say DoorDash? Did I say?
Oh no, you didn't. You
okay.
Didn't. He's just saying that he found something else.
Sometimes I'll do that just because I'm like so focused on.
No, I say something.
The actual maps or something. I'm like it'll slip out or something. But no.
So, okay.
No, this is a private driver. Yeah.
Yeah, and this is from
that's what the topic is tonight. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
That's what I'm saying. And you got the dude that's living in Moscow and is 1,200 feet
Yeah,
away.
yeah, it's from the private driver. Okay.
Yeah. That's why when the car
Yeah,
the tip came out for the car December 7th, from December 7th to December 10th, he was out looking and he found 13 or 14 Hyundai Elantras, and Koberger was one of them.
Jeez. So could the private driver also be the DD driver, the DoorDash driver? No.
Who says that they're...
No, I'm questioning that. I don't know, because there's a lot of confusion, but this is about the private driver. The statement's attributed to the private driver. So
Yeah, that's what the night is about the private driver, the whole show. Except for the beginning. But other than that, it's been about the private driver. When I hit an elk. What are you guys dropping in mod chat? Oh, shit. I don't know. I'm going to save that. We'll look at that tomorrow night. I don't think that... I mean, it's got that weird teardrop that I talk about, the back window, you know? But... I don't know. It looks quite different. We'll take a look at that tomorrow night. It's gotten to hit an elk on Highway 95, her and Eric, and they posted a vehicle. Yeah, we really don't. Is it a RAV4? Yeah, it Taco Bell in Pullman has changed their hours of operation since the crime happened. I remember you sent me something about that, American Princess. Tomorrow I'm going to be going through a lot of the emails and everything that I missed and stuff. Because I'm just going to be on tomorrow night, so I'm going to be going through all my emails and messages and stuff tomorrow. When I wake up, sit at the desk. No, I mean, this is the article that it's law and crime. Driver who brought the Idaho victims home the night they were unalived is exceptionally glad about the suspect's arrest. Here's the link. It's right there. It's from Law and Crime by Anjanette Levy, and I trust her. And the private driver who dropped off Kaylee Gonsalves, right here, private driver. There's nobody lying.
Yeah.
There's nobody lying.
No. I don't think anybody's lying.
No. I remember reading this in, it was like January or something like that. February, January, something. And because I remember the whole thing that stuck out to me was the 1,200 steps. But I just assumed this whole time that he went to LE right away. And I assumed this whole time that he lived at Steptoe. Because I'm thinking 1,200 steps. I'm like, or feet, 1,200 feet. I'm like, yo, that's right down the street, you know?
Yeah. So AG is saying he messed up. Yeah. It was,
it was all
confusing.
good shit. I say I do it too.
It's confusing.
I do it too, and I'm on a fucking live stream, so it's all good.
I can't remember facts that were long ago that I may have known back then, but now I'm like, what?
Sometimes I got too much in my damn head, you know.
Yeah, I can't.
That's the problem, but so sometimes I'll even like mispronounce a name or something. It's just because there's so much shit in my head that's going at the same time. I'm just trying to get it all out. That's it.
But I do feel bad for the judge that has to decipher this IGG stuff.
Anjanette Levy works for Law and Crime. She's one of the other people who is, you know, like Jessie Weber. She's the brown red-haired lady. She's the only other lady. You got Jesse and then you got Anjanette. They're the only two on Law and Crime. Sidebar. Usually, Anjanette actually. She talks quite a bit too. Makes videos. Yeah, the DD driver is a big secret, isn't it? And that's why I was like, who's to say BK's not the DoorDash driver? I was driving around, but I wasn't there when the crime took place. Well, why? Because he was door dashing. Think about it. If somebody's up late at night, always vacuuming, right, Yolie? Somebody's up late at night, always vacuuming. Why wouldn't they be delivering food at 2 or 3 in the morning? If I can't get to sleep, why not make some money?
Exactly.
Right? If I can't get to sleep, why don't I just stay up and make some money? Because who's going to be up at this? I'm going to be, that's like, shit, you could probably end up delivering all the damn orders early in the morning. Because how many people are going to be up early delivering DoorDash? Not many. Most people are trying to do it during the day or the evening. They're not doing it at 3 in the morning, 2 in the morning.
No.
You'd have a gold mine.
I don't know. This case has got me hooked. If Murphy was at the house, he wouldn't bark if he was familiar with the library. Well, yeah.
No, it's a party house. Murphy doesn't have to be familiar with anybody because Murphy was already trained to be around strangers. He was already trained to be around strangers.
Yeah, my dog was also trained to be around a lot of people.
Yeah. And do you think they're taking Murphy out with them when they're going out to different parties when they're not at home? Probably not. Probably one room.
Probably.
I don't think so. I don't think they'd be taking Murphy going out to parties. I imagine Kaylee, or if Jack didn't have him, then Kaylee was leaving Murphy in the room, and that was the one bedroom that was off limits.
I don't know.
Was Kaylee's room. Maybe when Murphy was there, think about it. You think Murphy's going to jump down off that deck or slide through? Probably not. So who says that she wouldn't leave the door cracked open?
So he could go potty out there.
Yeah, so Murphy could come in and out.
Oh God, I wish I had that.
You know what I mean? Like, there's no access up there.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't see them carrying around the dog all the time to go to party to party to party. It'd be, oh my gosh, your dog just shit. I mean, it didn't want to appear on camera. Interesting. News Nation interviewed him. That's probably who the Consalvas people were trying to talk to, and then that's when they said, Steve, you got to slow down. Because he was probably getting ready. He's probably getting ready to talk to the.
Yeah.
The DoorDash or something. DoorDash was the secret. Dang. Well, we got a lot of stuff to get into tomorrow night and probably the next few nights because we're just gonna keep getting in deeper and deeper and deeper, and we didn't even get to a tenth of the shit.
So what else were you gonna go into this evening?
That was it. I was just gonna. Oh, what else? I was gonna go into some of the Steve G. There's a couple small Steve G interviews I wanted to get into. Some of the coroner statements again. I wanted to chat a little bit about Enon and Andrew D. Myers, and then that's just. I mean, there's way more than that. That was just going to be for tonight, but there's plenty for plenty nights. So we'll just be getting deeper and deeper into the shit that we're talking about, and that's quite all right as well. Not a problem at all.
All right.
It just don't make no sense. I'm glad we got into this shit tonight because this shit is definitely, like Silky said, sus cake.
There's too much. There's that whole town that whole town of Moscow is reasonable doubt. I don't know. It's just I don't. So they get somebody who's out of state, who comes from out of state and comes to another state other than Idaho. I mean, a foreigner, so to speak. And I always, that foreigner word has been used in various circumstances. And I don't need to name the circumstances, but it's been used by certain people, and it's almost like a foreigner. And because nobody in that area could have done this. And it just, I don't know, it's a feeling I have. It's not based on anything but my feeling, but you got somebody who's from out of town and who might be really smart.
I mean, even when it comes to the Elantra, thank you, Caddy. Thank you for all your hard work. When it comes to the Elantra, you have somebody specializes. You send it off to an agency that has a person that specializes in finding out the vehicles and has 30 years experience, and they come up with a 2013 first, and then it goes to 2016. And you got 30 years. I don't know. It just was it an Elantra because the Oregon car was an Elantra, because before that it was a Sentra.
No,
and then I mean, it's look at all the releases. December 7th, they didn't release that. They didn't release it until December 7th. They were looking for a Hyundai Elantra.
No,
when did they go to the Oregon?
I just remember some things in the beginning when I wasn't into YouTube, but I was looking at mainstream media, but I was also looking into certain things, and nah, man, this case got me. There's something wrong.
But seriously, they were looking for, you see what I'm saying, Yolie? They were looking for a Sentra first.
I saw
Then all of a sudden, they were looking for an Elantra in Oregon. And they were all of a sudden December 7th, we're looking for an Elantra. But
they found it. They found it crashed in Oregon.
Somebody that's got 30 years experience then says it was 11 to 13 on December 7th, and then days later changes it to an 11 to a 16 when they arrest him. Well, if you have 30 years experience, wouldn't you already know the 2 years that you already decided first, and then you didn't need to change it after when it came to the arrest? Because that's when it changed. And then when did it, and what I'm saying is when did it become a Hyundai Elantra? Because it was a Sentra before that. And then all of a sudden in Oregon, oh shit, you guys, there's a car. Oh, it's a Hyundai. It's an Elantra. Now all of a sudden we're looking for Hyundai Elantras. We get to Oregon.
So of course.
It was a bunch of nothing. But they still had to roll with the Hyundai Elantra. They only started off with white or light colored. If you got 30 years experience, why do you not have a definitive choice on what model it is?
But one of the things that Ann Taylor was asking for in discovery was when, like date-wise, did you change it to the different year Elantra? Like
I'm saying when it changed from the Sentra to an Elantra.
Exactly.
They could say, they can make up any date that they changed it, but where's the press release? There is none. But there's only a press release for a 2011 to a 2013, and Yolie, they didn't change it. Was what I'm saying. They didn't change it until they arrested him. That's when they said it was a 2016 because he had a 2015.
I thought they changed it before that.
No, there was no press release that they changed it to a different year.
I thought at first they said they were looking for a 2011 to 2013.
Right, December 7th.
Okay.
Name me the date that they changed it. They did. They changed it right before they arrested him. That's what I'm telling you.
But it was before they arrested him, right?
Right before they arrested him.
Okay. So what led to that change? I'm asking.
Okay, it's deeper than that though. I'm saying you got to start off with the Sentra, Yolie. you got to start off with the Sentra.
Mhm.
Because if this guy had 30 years, if the guy had 30 years experience, and this is what he specialized in, and he came out with a 2019 to a 2013 Sentra, and then it all of a sudden became a Hyundai Elantra when the Oregon car was fucking all up. Oh gosh, guys. So
Yeah,
then
so-
it was
and-
one certain year. Hello, 30 years experience. You already done fucked it up already. You went from Sentra to an Elantra, and you got 30 years experience, and this is what you specialize in. And then because, hello, we still got to stick with the Elantra. So then when we arrest a person that has an Elantra, oh shit, it's a couple years later than what we were looking for. Oh, we got to make another change. It's like everything was changed based off of where the investigation was going.
Yeah, because they were only picking and choosing what they wanted.
Who says the vehicle that really committed the crime wasn't a Nissan Sentra? Why would they come to that conclusion first? And then it changed to a Hyundai when there were, oh, there's a car in Oregon that's a Hyundai.
Mhm.
Oh, it's a Hyundai, guys.
But I do know that Ann Taylor was requesting
Ticket 91.
information on why on dates and the reasons why the type of car changed.
But what does that have to do with? So what? What if the date of the car changed on the 23rd? So what? What does that have
It
to?
might
You know,
have
what
some
does that make?
relevance to. It might have some relevance to how she's
It already
presenting the
changed.
defense.
She knows the date. It changed from a Sentra to an Elantra, December 7th. So why
Okay.
does she need to know the date?
I
You
don't
know what I mean?
but that was something.
Why
she
would
was
she need to
asking for.
know? But I mean, I don't see what the significance of it would be. I think it's more significant that the car changed from a Sentra to an Elantra on December 7th. I think if anything's going to be significant, it's not going to be the year of the model. It's going to be the model change itself.
She
And
did. She asked for both. The model change itself.
I know.
and
I didn't
also
say she didn't. I'm
year.
saying what's the significance of it? I'm not saying she didn't. I'm saying what's the significance? That's my question.
The significance is were they manipulating what they wanted in order to fit the crime?
That's what I'm saying. It goes from Sentra. Yo, we're not talking about a different year of a model. We're talking about a different model. If you want to go to the max, you change the fucking model of the car. You don't change the year. And they already did that. That's what I'm saying. That's what they did.
The first thing they did was change the model.
They changed the model and the year depending on
Second
where the
thing they did, they
investigation.
changed the model. So the first thing they did is change the model. The second thing they did is change the year.
Yeah.
So
the model is way more bigger than the year change.
The model may be way more bigger than the year change, but it all flows with what they were trying to do.
But what's the significance of so what if they changed the date of so what if they changed the year number of the Hyundai Elantra?
Well,
what's
if they changed the year, the
It's
impact of that is they changed the year to fit Brian Koberger. Because
they
Brian
changed the
Koberger
model to fit Brian Koberger when they did
that's the first thing. That's the first thing.
That's the impactful one.
Well, that's the first thing. The second thing, they changed the year. Because BK had a different year.
That's easy to explain. You could be like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I got a year off on the model." That's easy to say. Oh, you know what? Hey, it's a dark, rainy picture. But when you go from a Sentra to a fucking Hyundai, that's huge.
That's what's not easy to explain. So when you go from a Sentra,
that's the impact of it.
No, when you go from a Sentra to a Hyundai to a certain year, and then you change the year, that cumulative effect is what is powerful.
I don't think it's suspicious. I just don't see the year changing a couple years to.
Trust me, there's an argument that can be made.
There's an argument for everything that can be made.
And there's an argument that could be made, that could be said. I don't
see the significance. So
there is.
I don't see how it's that impactful. A Sentra changing to an Elantra, that's impactful.
Yes, but also the year.
The year.
It goes together.
Yeah, but you're not looking at a daylight picture that's clear as hell. Anybody could be like, "Hey, sorry, it's a grainy
Hey, man,
picture.
if I'm
Sorry, I
defending
was a
my
year
coworker,
off." Now, if you're an expert and you say, "Hey, it's a grainy picture. Sorry, I got the model wrong," then people are going to question your effectiveness of how you do your job. But if you're like looking at a grainy picture and you go, "Sorry, I got it a year or two off because it's a grainy picture," that's easily like saying, "Okay, that's we can see that." But to have a different model, that's where you have to question. You don't. So you would question somebody's expertise if they got the year wrong instead of the model.
You'd question both.
Like the model is huge. Like,
Yeah,
bro,
question
you
both.
didn't even get close to the car. At least if you're a different year or two, you're close to the car, and you're pretty close to the car, especially if you got within a couple year range. You're pretty damn close because you got the car and you're a couple years away from the date of the actual vehicle. But to have a vehicle that's not even the same vehicle, that's where I would question somebody's like, "Yo, are you even good at your job?"
You'd question both.
But if the year, not so much, because you're talking about a dark grainy photo or
you
a
wouldn't
video.
question the year alone in and of
Not that
itself.
much.
You'd question the year along with the fact that they first said it was a Sentra. It's cumulative. It's not like you wouldn't just question the year just to question the year. You'd say first you said it was a Sentra. Yeah, okay. Then you said it was this year Elantra. Then you said it was another year Elantra, and it's cumulative. And that cumulative
I know,
effect
but you were saying that you were
fit.
saying Ann Taylor was requesting to get the date that it changed from the 2011 to the 15, and all I'm saying is, what's the significance of that when it comes to the impactfulness? If
the
you
significance
don't,
of that
the
is
Sentra, the
So-
Sentra to the Elantra is the significance.
The dates, so there are dates that are significant,
A
like
different car.
Right. Different car.
Yeah.
Different
it's a
year.
different car.
Okay. What was
Like
going
completely
on?
different.
What was going on during that time when they changed from a Sentra
I
to a
told
Hyundai in other areas?
They changed it based off their investigation. I was the one that said
She knows
first
what's going on.
that
So you
it
tie
was
it
a
together.
Sentra until they got into the Oregon. I mean, I said it in the beginning of the conversation. They came with a Sentra. They went to an Elantra when they came across the car in Oregon, and then they changed the year of the vehicle when they arrested BK. I said they changed it all based off of the investigation.
So who did they ignore
What's
when they
the
changed
impact?
it?
But what is the impact? This is the whole question I've been asking the whole
Yeah.
time is what is the impact of them changing the date from a 2011 to a 2016? What's the impact?
Okay.
The impact is the Sentra, not the fact that they bumped it up a couple years to
It's
fit.
cumulative. My point is that it's cumulative. It's not just that they changed the date of they changed the year of the car. That's not impactful at all. What's impactful is at first they said it was a Sentra, then they changed it to a Hyundai. A year, specific year. Then they changed it to another year. Okay. So that shows that they are modifying what they're looking for.
I said in the beginning of the conversation, though. I said that's what they've been doing.
Yeah. So the
what I'm
impact is
asking
in
you,
its totality, not just one specific area. I mean, you're isolating and saying, what's the impact of?
I know, but you made a statement about how it's crazy that Ann Taylor, once she didn't even get to know the date that they changed it, and we know the date that they changed it. They changed it when he got arrested. So, but I know, but and that was my question. What is the impact of that answer?
Well, the impact of that.
So what if she didn't get it? You know what I'm saying?
You're looking at it in isolation.
No, I said the more impactful. No, okay. You're saying that she didn't get the date of when they changed it to BK's car.
Said she was asking for that.
Right. And I said, well, why does it matter? Because she already saw that it changed from a Sentra to a frickin' Hyundai. So why does it matter when she knows when they changed it to BK's car? Why does it matter? Why is it impactful? That's my question I've been asking. Why is that impactful if she knows when they changed it to a Hyundai of a different year, when it's more impactful that they changed it from a different model?
Mm-hmm. Well,
Why
when you're a
why does it
lawyer,
matter that she gets
yeah.
the date that they changed it to BK's car? What does that make a difference for? Because you already know they changed it to fit BK, Yolie, when they went from a Sentra to a Hyundai. That's when you know they changed it towards
Uh-huh.
BK. So why does it matter when they changed the year when you know they changed it to BK?
Well, I'll tell you.
Way before.
I'll tell you.
When they went from Sentra.
Because there's a timeline, right? There are other things going on at the time that it was changed from a Sentra to a Hyundai.
Yeah,
there are other things. There are other things going on when they changed it from 1 year of a Hyundai Elantra to another. And those other things, when you look at those other things, I don't know what those other things are. I don't know what those other things are. But there are other things, and you correlate it and you put it together. So the cumulative effect.
I
Yes.
understand that. I never said anything. Okay, you're
That's all
missing
I'm
my
saying.
point.
That's all I'm saying.
I never said anything about cumulative effect.
I said it.
I'm not right. I'm not even arguing it, Yolie.
Okay.
I haven't been arguing it. Like I said multiple times, I started the conversation off saying that they've changed the vehicle based off of what has taken place throughout the investigation. So does that not match what you're just saying about how things change during the course of course. So I've already made that statement. I'm not arguing that because I've already agreed with you before you even came up with a response. What I'm saying is what is the impact that Ann Taylor knows when they change the model of the year, when it comes to the totality of them changing the vehicle to fit BK, when the year model shouldn't be the big fucking boom. It should be the Sentra. It should be the model changing to fit BK. So what if it's the year? So what if you don't know the date that they changed the year? The fact that they changed it from a Sentra to a Hyundai is more impactful if you're looking at the totality of it, of changing the vehicle to fit BK. Because if you weren't changing it to fit BK, you wouldn't have changed it from a Sentra to a Hyundai in the first place. And the reason that you went with BK is because he had a Hyundai, and that's the tip that you got from the dude a couple days later after you found out the Oregon car wasn't fucking anything to do with anything. So they changed to fit BK when they went from a Sentra to a Hyundai. That's the thing that I'm saying. And what I mean is, why is it impactful at all that they changed the year to fit BK when they done changed the fucking car, to fit BK? That's all I'm saying.
Well, as an attorney, I would say that the dates could be relevant only because other things were happening at those dates. Other things in the investigation were happening that we don't know about.
I've already said that in my initial statement when we started. I'm not arguing that, Yolie. I'm asking a different question. I'm not arguing any of that.
I answered your question. You said that it was more important to you, more impactful that they changed the type of the car to a different car. Yeah.
More impactful to anybody.
Well, possibly. But
change the damn car model. What do you mean?
Well, here's what I mean. I'm talking about the accumulation of the changes. Yes, it's impactful that they changed the car from a Sentra to Hyundai.
Everything is impactful. Even the time they went to BK's car year. That's not what I'm arguing. And I'm not even arguing. I've been agreeing with everything that you said, and I've agreed with it the whole time.
Issue.
I'm asking you. There is no issue. I'm asking a question, and you're going in a different direction than what I'm trying to ask. And what I'm
not going in a different direction.
So what is the big deal that she knows that they changed the year when she already knows that they changed the car to fit BK? What's the impactfulness of the change of the year? What
Okay.
is the big deal that she knows, and what is going to change from the case when she knows the date that they changed it to BK? Because the date that we have is when they arrested him, so that's what we can go off of. So say the date they changed the vehicle was the day before they arrested him to the 2016. What is that going to make a difference in the case?
Well, whatever I say, it's not going to make a difference here, so it doesn't really matter.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah. So basically, I have my opinion. You have your opinion. I can explain it.
No, I'm asking, what is the... I didn't know I asked anything that was rude. I was asking, what is the... So the date of the vehicle was changed on the 28th. What's the impact? And that's what I've been asking the whole time. What is the impact of that?
Well, the date, you said the date of the vehicle. The date of the year of the vehicle, is that what you said?
No, what I was asking is what is the impact? Say that the date that the vehicle changed, because that's what Ann Taylor's been asking, and that's what you've been talking about the whole time. And what I've been asking is let's say the date was changed on 12/28, 2 days before he was arrested, 1 day.
Let's say that, yeah.
Right? Okay. So Ann Taylor finds out, and this is what I've been asking the whole time. What's the impact? Ann Taylor finds out that they changed the car to fit the BK's vehicle year on the 28th of December. What is the impact after getting that information? That's all I've been asking. What is the impact?
The impact is they arrested him on December 30th, didn't they?
Okay, but they changed the car on the 28th. Yeah. What is the impact?
So 2 days before they arrested him, they changed the vehicle year.
Right.
Also, the vehicle year might have other aspects that an earlier vehicle that they were looking for doesn't have.
Do you know the difference?
I don't, but I'm sure Ann Taylor does. If there is a difference.
I'm sure the guy with 30 years experience knows too.
Yeah,
and that's what I was saying in the beginning. They went to Sentra, they went to Elantra, and then they went to Elantra. What is the impact that she knows that the change happened on the 28th of December and fitted to BK?
Maybe she
does
can
that mean that
answer
he's? But what does that have? But what's the impact in the case, though? That's what I was asking the whole time. What, with her knowing that the date? Okay.
That, in my opinion, and it's just my opinion as an attorney, that the impact would be that they were trying to change it. It's a move. It's a goalpost that keeps moving. Okay. First it was a Sentra, then it was a Hyundai of a certain year, then it was another year. Okay, so the goalpost is moving to fit.
Yeah, I've said that.
So so that's the impact. Yes, the fact that it was a Sentra and then a Hyundai, yes, that has impact. But the fact that it keeps changes the goalpost. So you have the totality of everything that changes the goalpost, and it's significant in its totality. If you want to say one thing, that says they changed the year from a 2011 to a 2013, then they said 2011 to 2013, then they said 2015 to 2018. Okay, that alone, the impact of that alone is probably not much. But when you talk about the beginning, when they changed it from a Sentra to an Elantra, okay, and then they have a date, and then they change it to another date. The whole process is a moving goalpost. This whole case has been moving goalposts.
And we've said that for days on this show, Yolie, and that's not what I was asking.
Okay, sorry.
So I
don't know what you're asking then.
I was asking, what is Ann Taylor finds out they changed the date of the year that the vehicle changed on the 28th, and what is the impact of that?
Okay, you're asking in isolation, and I told you that impact of that is nothing.
If you go back to the conversation, you kept making a point that Ann Taylor asked when they changed the vehicle, and I kept saying, what does that have to do? What is the impact other than what we already know, that they've changed the narrative to fit the whole time? That's all I'm saying. And so what I'm saying is what is the impact of Ann Taylor knowing anyway? It was just a regular question, and it didn't have anything to we've discussed this in every show about how
Okay,
everything's fit the narrative. That's why we talk about it, because everything has fit the narrative. The whole case.
Okay.
The whole
So
case.
basically, I will defer to you.
So the case changes on a daily basis, and this stuff that we talk about every show. I was just curious, coming from an attorney standpoint, you were very, in the beginning of the conversation of this topic, you were very specific about Ann Taylor not knowing and requesting the information, and all I was asking was, what's the impact if she finds out the answer? That's it. What's the impact if she finds out the answer? That's all I was asking. I didn't mean
the day,
to have it be like a topic for a half an hour.
Well, the impact is what you said. If she found out, if they changed the date on the 28th.
Okay. What's
and they
the
arrested
impact?
him on the 30th.
It was already a Hyundai. It was already a Hyundai they were looking for.
The year of the Hyundai.
But it was a year off. It was 2 years off. It was still a Hyundai Elantra. They even got the model and the make right. You're talking about a Sentra? That's a different model and that's a different make. You didn't even get any of it right, even if you got the year.
Yeah,
and you didn't even get the year right, so you got all three wrong.
I think we'll just have to agree to disagree.
I'm not even. I don't even.
You believe that the impact
disagreement about?
Okay, I don't know, but
I don't know either, because I'm not calling it a disagreement. So what are we disagreeing about?
You know what?
I didn't know we were disagreeing. I said I agreed with you the whole time.
Okay, good. Then you agree with me.
Saying. And I even said that I said it before you even said it, so I obviously agreed. So I don't know why is there a disagreement? I'm just asking you, because you said disagreement. I'm just wondering what the disagreement is about, because I didn't know there was one.
Okay, so there's no disagreement then. We're fine.
No, I'm not laughing. I'm kind of uncomfortable because I don't know what the hell's going on. I was just asking you a question and I don't understand.
Well, essentially we agree that the car was initially a Sentra.
I was never even arguing with you.
Yeah. So we agree. I'll hang up soon. No, we agree that it was initially a Sentra.
Okay.
It got changed to a Hyundai. A certain year of a Hyundai.
I don't know. I guess I'll just have to go back and rewatch it. Maybe I'm just confused because I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something. I'm just, after we're done, I'm just going to go back and rewatch it. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm just confused. I don't know.
So we agree that it's a Sentra. At first, they say it's a Sentra.
Never, yeah.
Right?
I've studied the case since it came out.
Agreed that, right? Okay.
I was studying the case when it came out.
Yes, I understand. So my
I brought it up. It was one of my shows. Shout out Mishy Girl. She's the one that broke the news to me, and we're the channel that talked about it being a Sentra a year ago.
Good. So that's
yes, we've known it was the Sentra this whole time.
Okay,
yes.
Put that to bed.
I didn't know that my intelligence about the case is,
has nothing to do with your intelligence. I'm just trying to get you to agree.
We've all known it. Yes, I knew it was a Sentra.
Okay, good.
Yes.
All right. So it changed at some point, right?
Yes, I started the conversation off by saying everything changed and how it changed according to the investigation and how it went. Yes.
It changed to an Elantra, to a certain year Elantra.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Then, at a certain date, it changed to another year Elantra. Different year. Is that true?
It's always been.
Yes. Okay.
Ever since.
So when you look at what's happening, and if you agree with me, it's a moving goalpost. The goalpost is moving.
When I say it before you do, I've already agreed with you, Yolie.
Yes. Okay. So the goalpost is moving, and you're asking me what the significance is of the dates that those goalposts
I said impact.
Are moved.
I said impact, not significant. Yes,
well, impact. Okay, impact. Yeah. What is the impact?
She knew.
Yeah. And what I'm telling you The impact, it shows certain dates on which they changed the goalpost. And those dates, if you go back in the case and correlate with what's happening, they may have significance. And
Didn't say they wouldn't have significance. I said impact.
I'm telling you that those dates, because you were saying, what does it matter about
everything has a significance in it, Yolie, even if one of them.
Okay, so then there's no argument.
Like, what is right? That's what I've been saying this whole time, Yolie. That's what I've been saying this whole time. Nobody's been arguing with you. Everything that you're stating is everything that I've already stated. That's why I'm confused, because what I was asking you is not hello, all of it is a significance. That's obvious because it's a case.
Yeah.
I'm going deeper than that. I'm saying, what is the significance that they changed the year of a same model when they done changed the frickin' model? So what if she finds out that they changed the date on the 28th? We've all known that.
I'm telling you.
And all I was asking is what is the impact of that per finding out? Why is it such a big deal that she requested the information when it changed from a 2013 to a 2016? Of course, it's all shady. It's always been shady. But what I'm saying is you're going to tell me that the year of a same model is more impactful than the fact that it went from one model to another?
No, I'm not telling you that.
So then, and that's all I was asking. So what does the date? What is the impact? It's okay. She's not going to find out the date of the car was changed on 12/28 and go, okay, everybody, he's getting off. You know what I mean? Like, that's where I'm coming from. Like, what is the impact of her finding out that it was on 12/28? Because it ain't going to set him free. It ain't going to do nothing. And a cop could simply say, I'm sorry, it's a grainy footage and I messed up on a year or two. You don't question a person's expertise if they mess up on a year or two of the same make and the same model, but you sure as hell question the expertise of an expert if they can't even get the same model, the same make, and the same year. You know, like that's where I'm coming from. We've all done for a year talked about the timeline and how it doesn't fit. I mean, shit, in my show where I'm watching the PCA, I'm sitting there going, shit don't make sense. That was before the new year even came through, you know?
Okay.
I don't understand if she knows the date, okay. What does that mean? We know it changes. Yeah, of course, it all is. Nobody argued that. I don't know. Like I said, I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna see where I'm confused, because I never said anything that it's not cumulative. I never said nothing was significant. I never said nothing was suspicious. I never said any of it. All I was asking is what is the big deal if she finds out that it was done on the 28th of December? What is the big? I don't understand what the big deal is. I hear you. I'm tapped out myself. Tapped out too. All right. Well, I suppose I'm going to go ahead and see where I got confused. Very interesting. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate that. I'll be back tomorrow night. Thank you, Yolie. Appreciate you. Thank you, Silky. Appreciate you. I'll see y'all tomorrow.